Hey guys, good morning and welcome to today's flight. It's a beautiful morning here in Denver. Sun's just coming up. It's early. It's I think just coming up for 7 o'clock in Denver on mountain time obviously. But it's going to be a good flight, at least good out of here. Weather's clear. It's about -4, -5 degrees. Good morning. I always keep forgetting to mute that. Let me just check the weather. So the current weather at Denver, winds are 230 at 10 knots, 10 miles visibility, sky's clear, -4. So it's not too bad. Today's flight is scheduled 9 hours and 18 minutes in the air. We're heading, as you can see, from Denver to London, England, London Heathrow. So, I think it's time to get on board the aircraft and we will start getting ready. I am on Iveo because, there's not much coverage in North America right now, either VATSIM or Iveo. There will be in Europe when we arrive, so that's what I really want it for. So we're going to jump on board the aircraft. It is the Boeing 787-10, and we will start getting her ready to go. Alright, so the ground crew have her warming up. So we'll go through our pre-flight. So the parking brake is set. Battery switches are now on. APU generator is off. APU master switch is off. External power is on. Landing gear lever is down. Flap lever is up. Speed brakes are retracted. Engine control switches are in cutoff. Fuel pump switches are all off. Engine instruments are checked. Anti-ice controls are in auto. Window heating as required. Not sure exactly where that is, but I think we're okay at the moment. IFR clearance, not an issue. There's no ATC. Fuel quantity is checked. We got a lot of fuel on board. The nav lights are on. We don't need the beacon lights. We're going to set the seatbelt sign to on, and the passengers can start boarding. Alright, so let's start getting the aircraft set up. So it's the 787 Model 10. This is all good. So our airport, we are at KDEN, which is Denver International. We are at gate B36. And the heading is 348. There we go. And we will copy our position down to here. And we are all set. So our route today is all set up. We'll go to the legs page in a minute and take a look at it. But we're going from Denver to EGLL, which is London Heathrow. Our flight number is UAL for United Airlines 378. And if we will go to our legs in a minute. Cruise is at 350 flight level. Cost index is 100. No, cost index will be 25. That's all set. Reserves are fine. And that is all looking good. Thrust limit we're not going to worry about. Position, set, performance. Thrust limit, again, we're not worried about. Takeoff. It's going to be a flaps 5 takeoff. And it is not going to be an issue dry runways. So there's our V speeds. V1 of 156, VR of 170, and a V2 of 179. Which you can see here 156 is now set up in the system. And nav data, not something we're worried about. Maintenance, we're not worried about. So here's our legs. We're going to take off. We're going to head out this way. And basically you'll see, let's get rid of that. It's going to be a fairly reasonable course. Just kind of not sure what that is. And that's us over the Atlantic, and then we are in. Let's see, why would we go to SSM and back? So can I do that and clean that up? And now if I zoom out a little bit more, see if that looks I don't know what the aircraft wants to do here. This is a little bizarre. And in fact is the joys of Microsoft right now. So let's go back to our legs page. Woodham. See, where is my actual flight plan? So Wyndham HCT. Expos Netco. And then we're coming back to so we should be going from here to this one. Oh, unpacking, this is going to be fun. 5450 We then go 5440. We then should be going to 52. So you should be going to there. And now where did it push that MT? Oh, it kind of looks like it's cleared it up a bit, but not quite as good as we would want it. This is this is our approach. So that is fine. We basically cut a whole bunch of waypoints out. Can I go in here? And insert another waypoint.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I would love to welcome you aboard our flight. When you find your seat, please be sure to place your larger carry-on items in the overhead bins and smaller items underneath the seat in front of you. Unless you're in the front row, please place all of your items in the overhead bin. If you have any trouble finding a location for your carry-on items, please let a flight attendant know and we would be happy to assist you. If the overhead bin is full after you put your carry-on inside of it, please close the bin as a courtesy to other passengers. Once all your items are put away, please clear the aisle and sit down in your seat to allow other passengers to find their seats as well. If you are seated in an emergency exit row, please read the exit seating responsibilities in the safety card in the seat back in front of you. Please make sure you are willing and able to perform the actions required. If you are not able or prefer not to perform these actions, please let a flight attendant know so you can be reseated. Now's the time to get out any last-minute text messages if you need to, but we ask that once we depart from the gate, you put away any laptops or tablets. Thank you, and welcome aboard.
So it won't let me insert or will it? HCT. Next is OBH. So if I go OBH, okay. So let me go HCT OBH. Okay, we'll execute. So if I go to the root and I say OBH before you. Okay. And then we'll go ODI. OBH, ODI, SSM. I'm skipping a few of them. North, south, south. No, it'll be the north one. So we'll go to the next page. So SSM, then it's to MT. It's 110. No, it'll be 49 west will be that one. And then after MT, it's ROBBE. North 22 east, that'll be west. And EXPOS. And then NEEKO. 52, 50, 29. Ooh, let's see if I can figure this out. Nico, 52, 23, 52, 24. It'll be that one. And then from Nico, we go over the Nazi to Doggle, and then Bext, and then Bakur. And then it should be, yeah, Stu, Nepo, and then we're into the approach. So the ones I'm going to want here are going to be 50, 54, 50 north. So if I go 54, 50 north, and then 54, 40, 54, 40 north, and then 55, 30 west, or 55, 30, 55, 30 north, and then it's 55, 20, and then Doggle. Right? Yeah. Okay, let's see what that looks like. We'll execute that, or activate, and execute. Let's see what that looks like. Well, that's looking better. If we go to our legs. It looks much better. Alright, so that's our route in. Very happy with that. So for departure out of Denver, we're going to be departing the Plains 1 departure. The Plains 1 departure on runway 26. And we'll execute that. And if we zoom in, see, it's basically going to be left-hand turn, swing around, and then off we go. So that is good. We'll go back to map mode.
We're ready to go when you are.
It's not bad. 314 passengers loaded on board. Alright, so we're almost there. Just a few more things we gotta do. Let's let the ground crew know we're almost ready to go.
To ground.
Go ahead, flight tech.
We will be ready shortly.
Okay, I will hold.
There we go. So we'll take a look outside. Oops. There we are. So the last of the bags are coming up. And it looks like the last of the catering is coming up as well. So we're scheduled to depart in about 20 minutes. We're going to be early once the last of the bags and the food's on board. I'll just do a check. Yeah, there's still good. No ATC in the area. We're the only aircraft here at Denver right now. Oh, no, actually, correction, we're not. Looks like there's another aircraft, a 757-10, will be flying to Frankfurt. They're not scheduled to depart for another hour. What's their flight? FFA. I'm not sure which airline that is. Anyway, as you can see, the sun is coming up, so it's going to be a nice departure. You can see that. There's the Rocky Mountains off to the west. Looking good, and there's the sun just poking above the horizon to the east there. Alright, so I think it's about time to get the APU up and running. Well, in a minute anyway. See how we're doing outside. They're done. Looks like the baggage cart's pulled away. And they're going to close the door. Excellent. Alright. So everybody is now on board. So the door is locked to the back. We're going to set up our radios the way I like them. VHF radios here. On the center, we're going to have our nav radio here. And our transponder up over here. So we're on 2000. Standard generic IFR transponder code. And it's all good. TCAS is set and we're all up and running. Okay. Seatbelt signs are confirmed on. Fuel quantity is checked. Throttles are at idle. Engine area is clear. Auto brake set to RTO. Yaw damper, it's not in this aircraft. Fly-by-wire is checked. Hydraulic engine pumps are on. Hydraulic electric C1 pump is on auto. Packs are on auto. Equipment cooling is on. Fuel pumps are now on. APU is starting. And we can get them to remove the jetway now.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard Flight 378 with service to London Heathrow. Our flight time will be roughly 9 hours and 19 minutes. Now that the cabin door is closed, please make sure that all devices are in airplane mode and your large devices are now shut down and stowed. Please fasten your seatbelt and make sure that all tray tables and seat backs are in a full upright and locked position for departure. Cabin crew, secure doors for departure.
All right. So we should just be about ready to go. We're just going to check that APU. It is so quiet, sometimes you even wonder if it's running. And there's no easy gauges inside to check. Yeah, I can just hear it. Alright, so we are ready to go. So, engine master is on. APU generators are on. Engine EC modes are on. Engine starter knob. Alright, so we will disconnect external power. And we will get ready for the push. This is making me wonder if that's actually on or not. God, it's so quiet in this airplane. Let's see if we get engine rotation. Yeah, we're getting engine rotation. I'm just going to turn that off then.
Cockpit to ground.
Go ahead, flight deck.
We are ready for pushback and engine start.
Roger. Release the parking brakes, please.
This is a quiet airplane in the
Parking brakes
cockpit, I
released.
gotta say
Push
that.
back.
Alright, we're going to want to go tail to the left. Because we want to be facing to the right. We don't have far to go once we get going. Anytime, guys. Oh, there we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the screens for an important safety
You are clear
demonstration.
behind, and you can start your engines at your discretion.
Welcome. We're excited to have you aboard, and we appreciate your attention as we demonstrate the safety features of this aircraft. FAA regulation requires you to follow the instructions of our crew members and comply with posted and lighted signs.
It's important to have your seatbelt on at all times. To fasten your seatbelt, slide the metal end into the buckle. Tighten by pulling the loose end of the strap. Lift the buckle to release. When the seatbelt sign is on, your seatbelt should be fastened low and tight across your lap. In case of unexpected turbulence, keep your seatbelt fastened, even when the seatbelt sign is off. Please take a moment to look around in order to familiarize yourself with the aircraft. This Boeing 787 has 8 exit doors, or on each side of the aircraft. If the doors are opened in an emergency, slide rafts will automatically inflate. In a water landing, slide rafts detach from the aircraft and are used as life rafts. All 8 exits are marked with overhead signs. As you locate the 2 exits nearest your seat, remember, they may be behind you. Got it!
If If you're seated in an exit row, you may be asked to assist the crew during an evacuation.
Pushback complete.
If you're
Set
unable
parking
or
brakes,
uncomfortable, please ask a flight attendant
Parking
to be
brake set.
moved.
Roger.
If you must
Okay,
evacuate
so
the
far it's
aircraft,
disconnected
exit
and
path
your
lights
path is
on or
clear.
near the
We'll
floor
see you
will
on the left
illuminate and
side
guide you
of
to
the
the exit.
Thanks, and you can
Look for a
disconnect and
change
go
of
to hand
color
signals.
or an exit
Thanks.
sign
Have a
to
good flight.
indicate
See
you
you
reached an
later.
exit. Leave all carry-on bags behind.
Alright, starting engine
Please refer
2.
to the safety card near your seat for the operation of the exit doors on this aircraft.
If necessary, an oxygen mask will drop from above your seat. If a strap appears, pull down on the strap to access your mask. Firmly pull the mask to extend the tubing. Place the mask over your nose and mouth and slip the band over your head. The band does not require adjustment. To start the flow of oxygen, breathe normally. Make sure your mask is secure before helping others.
Should you need it, you'll find a life vest equipped with a water-activated light under or near your seat. When directed, pull the tab to remove the pouch. Tear open the pouch, remove, and fold the vest. Slip it over your head, wrap the belt around your waist, and secure it to the buckle in front. Pull the loose end to tighten. Inflate your vest just prior to exiting the aircraft by pulling down sharply on the red tab. You can also inflate the vest by blowing into the tube. This aircraft is also equipped with infant life vests, which will be distributed if necessary.
Sweet. Good engine starts.
Smoking is never allowed on the aircraft. U.S. law prohibits tampering with, disabling, or destroying laboratory smoke detectors. Federal regulations also require passengers to comply with lighted signs and crew member instructions. 祝您旅途愉快. Make sure you've switched all smartphones, tablets, and e-readers to airplane mode. For taxi takeoff and landing, large electronic devices must be turned off and stowed. For international destinations, your flight attendants will advise you if it's necessary to turn off and stow your device.
Bigger! Bolder!
We'll be taking off soon. Please review the safety card located near your seat. Stow your tray table, carry-on items, headrest, and footrest. Make sure your seat back is upright and your seatbelt is securely fastened. Please place your personal item under the seat in front of you.
At United, safety is global. For all of us around the world, thanks, and enjoy your flight.
Well, that was kind of loud. Denver traffic, United 378 taxiing from gate B36 to runway 26 via Mike Romeo. Alright, so while we taxi out, we'll get flaps down to 5. Flaps 5 for takeoff. Now we just gotta make our way out to the runway. Not sure why those other airplanes are here. When you're flying on with IVEO or VATSIM, there's not supposed to be any. And I do have other aircraft, AI aircraft turned off, so they seem to be wanting to appear on their own for some reason. No, go away. Don't want you up yet. Okay, so that is working. So this is Echo Charlie. It leads out to the main taxiways that are running north-south here. So we're going to head out to those. And we'll get out on our way. It's Italia aircraft there. See, it's populating random, still populating AI aircraft in. That's tomorrow's live stream is on that airframe. So the first one is Lima. We're gonna go past it and head over to Mike. You can see we've got the map down here on the displays as well, which is handy.
One sec. Still on it.
It's my phone.
Something went wrong. Please try again.
Go away, Siri. Turn the weather radar on over here. Yeah. Oh, come on. Unlike the Airbus, this one needs a bit of extra power to keep her going. And the phone distracted me there. Still waiting for my throttle quadrant to show up. It's been on order for a couple months now. Hopefully soon. So at the moment I am keyboarding for the throttles. Alright, so we're going to be going up at 240 knots. And no ATC, we'll do our climb right up to 350. Alright, slow her down. There's Denver. The Rockies there off in the distance. Terrain glitches off to our right. Even though they did an update on the US, it's sure got some glitches. There's some up around the Toronto area where I am as well that I've seen. And I think they've come out and they've said they're going to have to do 3 or 4 more updates to the US and North America to get it all properly laid out. So, more updates to come. And of course, we've got the UK update coming in January, this month. I think towards the end of the month. Of course, no chime for the back, so I can't ding the crew. I do like the front of the 787. It's got that continual slope down the nose. Haven't been on one yet. Oh, there's another big hill. This is supposed to be a handcrafted airport here at Denver. And while it does look a little bit better than the generic Autogen ones, still got some work to do on it. Alright, so we're going to go past this little area here. Not sure exactly what it's for. And then we're going to hang a right, head down to the end of runway 26. Let's give it a little juice. So, 9-hour flight. It's currently almost 3 o'clock in England. So we're looking at about a midnight arrival time. Midnight, 12:30. It's not often you get a day flight going in, but as I have to work around my schedule, we're going to do it during the day. There are a few that go over, but mostly daytime is for flights coming from Europe over to North America. Overnight flight is when you get most of the flights heading over to Europe. And that's so that they leave here between 6 and 10 o'clock and they arrive over there between like 8 and noon. Because as you can see, when you leave here, I mean, we're going to be departing at, quarter to 8 in the morning Denver time, and we're arriving there at midnight. That makes for a hell of a long day. And after probably sleeping on the plane for a chunk of it, you got to go to bed again. So, a good way to screw up your systems. Yeah, it looks good. Take another look at it once we're in the air. So I've been having some interesting times with this airplane. We'll see what happens when we get to London, but about 1 out of 4 times the autopilot works properly for the landing. The other time she seems to want to just dive into the ground. So, oh, that's a lovely terrain feature. So we'll have to see what happens this time. Even though it's a ILS approach into the runways there, I may be hand flying it. Which, good thing with auto throttle, I won't have to worry about that too much. But that's not for several hours from now. So we're going to go right down to the end on R1. And there's no aircraft in the area coming in, so we're good there. Alright, I see the end of the runway coming up now. There are some things I like about this over the Airbus. It seems to fly the route a little bit nicer. There's some things I don't like. I know the fly-by-wire guys that are working on the Airbus are building their own autopilot and everything into it, so hopefully we'll get a proper VNav shortly. Make things a lot better. Alright, flight path is clear. Terrain is funky. Pull up to the hold line. Alright. Parking brake on. Before takeoff flaps, set confirmed 5 degrees, speed brake is retracted, Instruments are checked. Landing lights are on. Strobe light is on. All right. Parking brake is off. And here we go. We're departing just about 2 minutes late past our estimated time. Denver area traffic. United 378 departing runway 26, climbing to the east. Not that there's anyone around, but it's nice of them to give them the heads up. Alright, let's put you down. And here we go. Airspeed's alive. 80 knots. 100 knots. And rotate. Positive rate, gear up. Pitching up to 10 degrees. Nose down to about 7 degrees. Come on. Stop that. All right. Beginning our turn. Flaps to 5. I'll keep it at about a 10 degree attitude. Let's get her back to about 30 degrees. There's the airport. Start to roll out. We will engage the autopilot. Auto throttles will go on. Flaps 1. And we're climbing. So they can come off. Taxi light will come off. Logo light will come off. Now flying out to intercept our course.
Ladies and gentlemen, we
And
are
then
now
we'll
passing
go
through 10,000 feet. You can now turn on your larger portable electronic devices. As a reminder, please keep your seatbelt fastened while you are seated and do not congregate in the galleys or near the lavatories. This aircraft is equipped with onboard Wi-Fi. If you wish to connect to the Wi-Fi, you will be required to pay a small fee. We do offer complimentary in-flight TV thanks to our partners. Connect to the Wi-Fi to find out more information.
Turn on LNAV now, and that will start following our course, and we can... I hate how this is so sensitive. We can range out to... we don't need to go that far. 160 miles out. He's on 40 with the weather radar, which is great. A little bit of a push from the tailwind. That should get a little bit stronger as we go. Yeah, our course is looking a lot better since we went in and played with it. So on the IFE system, we have some a selection of old public domain, hopefully non-claimable entertainment. I've had a couple that YouTube hasn't liked, so I've had to remove them. But we're gonna try them, and if they freak out, I'll take them down. If they don't mind, well, we'll have something there we can watch. So standard pressure on the barometer. Got a good climb going. We're gonna go up to 280 now, and then we're gonna do a flight level change, and that should hold us up for the rest of our cruise, or climb to cruise anyway. What I'm going to do is take you down a little bit, let the speed come up. Wow. Amazing cloudless day out here. And I did check the weather, and that's what it says it is. Clear skies. Like I said when we took off, it's -5, so a little bit cool, but not bad. Alright, let's do a flight level change. Should go to 280 and then keep us climbing out. So I haven't flown this airplane much. I got a couple flights in her. It will be interesting to see how she does on landing this time. I know the last update they did some improvements to the aircraft. But, we'll see how that holds. I haven't fixed the nav stuff though. But you can see 310 is our cruising speed once we get up to altitude. I don't know why the auto throttles aren't on. Oh, flight level change, that's why. Everything's looking good. Heading out over the Great Plains of the Midwestern U.S. It's 28,000. See, our rate of climb is slowly coming down as we get higher in the air. Aircraft has to pitch down to maintain that speed in the thinner air. Seems to be a very quiet airplane, so it'll be interesting to see what it's like in real life. I've been on some noisy airplanes in the past. But it looks pretty good. Although what will be really nice is when who does it? Quality Wings brings their high-end 787 over. But who knows when that will be. I think the sim has got a way to go before their systems that they have modeled in there can come in. And that's apparently the reason the Aerosoft CRJ has been delayed. There's certain things that the sim's not quite up to doing yet that they need it to be able to do in order for that aircraft and all the systems to work. So they are they've delayed it while they work on it to try to. I know they're working with Asobo to get the sim up to speed. I was looking forward to it at the end of the year, but it's been delayed, so hopefully in the next month or two that aircraft will come out, and hopefully by, although my expected delivery date for the throttle quadrant is February, hopefully it's out a little bit earlier. My Yoke showed up a month early, so maybe the throttle quadrant will as well. Oh, I can hear the engine spooling down, so I think we're getting close. Yeah, we are. So once we're in altitude mode, and we're no longer in flight level change, there we go. I'm going to go up to 310, which will be our cruise. As we settle in for the flight. There's the sun beaming into the cockpit. So our flight today is basically going to take us northeast. We're going to head right up over Michigan, Wisconsin, over Sault Ste. Marie, and then up over northern Quebec. And then we'll go across to Newfoundland, pick up the Atlantic crossing, fly across the Atlantic.
In a few moments, we'll be starting our in-flight meal service. Please look in your seat back for our menu, and one of our crew members will stop by shortly for your order. If you'd like to order additional menu items, you may hit the flight attendant call button at any time, and we would be happy to assist you.
Oh, sounds like they're getting ready to start breakfast in the back. And then we're going to cross Ireland near Galway, over the Irish Sea and into England and into London. So that's kind of the route. What I will do is we'll go over to this view here. I am going to bring up the map, and we will scroll out so you can kind of see where we are. That's Denver, where we departed. Let me get my mouse up. That's Denver, where we departed. We'll GPS tracking on, so it will follow the aircraft. That darker brown bit along here is the Rockies. So, very nice. You can have the in-flight map going. And I will also bring up the first bit of our entertainment. So we'll see how this works, if YouTube will allow it. Sit back, enjoy. Like I said, I'll be in and out of the cockpit, in and out of chat, doing some other stuff. It's a long flight. We got a ways to go. Enjoy. We'll talk to you again soon.
gentlemen, the picture you've just witnessed, you've seen the underworld's challenge, and your government's answer to that challenge. Now, you men have been chosen to represent your government in a fight to stamp out the criminal element of our nation. The Federal Bureau of Investigation trains you to meet the hoodlum on his own ground. It arms you to fight the gangster with his own weapons. Your training gives you every advantage over an underworld that has pursued its vicious course with total disregard for life and property of decent citizens. Remember, there are no rules in the game of justice versus crime. All criminals are rats. Your training is just beginning. Not up to you. Work hard, train hard. But when you're full-fledged agents, you'll have to fight hard. Good luck. Over, G-Man. Why, tomorrow you'll be mingling with some of our best criminals.
The director hadn't sent for you to act as our instructor for a few months. I doubt if I'd have made the grade.
So you think as a teacher I was a pushover, huh?
Oh, no. No, I merely meant that.
I understand what you mean, Ron. And thanks for the compliment. But your real teachers are the criminals you're going to run into from now on. They'll chalk up a lesson every time you meet them. If you don't pass, curtains. 5 years ago, a soft-hearted parole board released one of our sweetest specimens. Since then, he's been mixed up in more crimes than you believe it possible for any one man to commit and get away with. We have very good reason to believe he's hiding somewhere in California with his 5 sons. I understand he rules them with an iron hand, and he's trained them each to be a specialist in crime. Before starting, he's one man we've got to get and get soon.
I don't care if 50 G-men are arriving by plane tomorrow. I think the whole bunch of you are yellow. No son of mine is going to tell me whether their job is safe or whether it isn't. I make the decisions here and do all the thinking. Don't forget that.
Well, I ain't yellow. Give me your gun and I'll bump Dick Tracy.
Shut up.
Sit down.
Yeah. We're going to pull off that job tomorrow at 12 o'clock, just as I planned it. You all know what to do.
Him at any moment. Yes, I'll be glad to. Mr. Tracy's office. Oh, yes, Mr. Field. No, Mr. Tracy's not arrived yet. Yes, I'll be glad to. I'll tell him the moment he comes in. Goodbye.
Things are coming to life around here for Tracy on his way back. Gwen?
I can't wait to see him.
Now they're coming. Let's see. Been almost 3
Come on,
weeks.
you public nuisance number 1.
Where's Dick?
Yeah, where is he?
You're both a little early. He hasn't arrived yet.
And they're both bad detectives too, Gwen.
Dick!
I was 10 feet behind them all the way down the hall.
Hiya, Chief.
Oh, it's great to see you.
Well, listen to what I call a real welcome. I'm glad to see you all. I want you to meet a newcomer, Special Agent Ron Burton. This is my secretary, Miss Andrews.
How do you do?
Special Agent Steve Lockwood.
How do you do?
Hi, Steve.
Mike McGirt, Super Sleuth.
Glad to meet you. If you ever need any help figuring out things, just call on me.
Thanks.
And this is Junior, one of my most capable assistants.
Glad to meet you, Mr. Burton.
How do you do, Junior? We were thought I've known all of you for a long while. Tracy's told me so much about you.
All for you, Mr. Tracy, and all for you.
All right, Gwen. Oh, Steve, will you show around the lab while I go through these? Excuse me, Ron.
Certainly.
This way, Ron. Just file this one. Hello? Dick Tracy speaking. Oh, yes, Mr. Ward. Surely, I'll send an agent right over. Ron.
Pardon me.
Gee, he sure is a swell guy, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No time like the present to go to work, Ron. Ford Trust and Bonding Company has just requested a special agent to accompany $500,000 across town. Your first assignment. You'll find the details in this card.
Right.
I'll pick you up at that bank and we'll take Junior back to school.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Here they come, boss.
Driver of that van up ahead must be deaf.
Yeah, you better turn off this alley at the next intersection.
But, sir, we're not supposed to leave our specified route.
I know it. But I have a hunch this is not on the level.
Yeah, sure finished those guys in a hurry. There wasn't a peep out of them.
Hello, Mr. Chase.
Hello, Malloy. The Ford Bonding shipment arrived yet?
No, sir. It's about 8 minutes late. I was beginning to wonder about it.
I'll check back over its route. If it doesn't arrive in 5 minutes, send out a general alarm.
Yes, sir.
What's the matter, Mr. Tracy?
I don't know, Junior. We're going to find out.
It's almost through.
Be careful you don't get a whiff of that gas when she comes out. Get over.
Something is wrong, Junior.
Hurry it up, boys.
The only car that's come out of this alley in the last 15 minutes, Mr. Tracy, was a Whiteman storage van.
Which way did it go?
I believe it went down that way.
Thanks.
That certainly was a nice piece of wood.
Yeah. Went out slick. But the G-man, he...
What about the G-man?
You didn't figure on gas mask.
Well, come on, what happened?
Don't worry. You won't cause us any trouble.
Kid plucked him. He had a gun on Champ and me.
Suppose you made sure he was dead.
Well, he dropped without making a sound.
Did you make sure he was dead? How do you know you haven't left a witness behind who can identify you all?
Slow down. What are you doing? I'm gonna make sure of that chief.
Kid'll get him.
Drive to the city dump.
Why, hello, kid.
I'm not the kid. Now get going.
Yeah, just went around the corner, heading in the direction of the city dump.
Thanks.
Okay.
Slow down. That's the man I'm supposed to meet.
Run. Run. Stay with him, Junior.
That car touches us, I'll blast you. Take that next turn.
Anybody see what happened to the men inside of that cab?
It burst into flames before I got here. Maybe that man can tell you. He was the first one here.
First one I ever seen. I was no more than 20 feet away when it happened.
What about the people inside?
Poor fellas, they never had a chance. The driver still seemed to be conscious. I tried to get to him, but suddenly the cab was a mass of blazing flames.
You live in the neighborhood?
No, I live over the other side of town. I just happened to be walking this way today. You know, the old business, looking for a job.
Quite a walk.
Yeah.
Especially with a broken ankle. You'll be needing a doctor to fix that fracture.
I tell you, I broke my ankle when I was trying to help those people out of the wreck.
What did you do with that gun after you shot Special Agent Murphy?
I never had a gun. I don't know what you're talking about.
Make a paraffin test with your right hand. Hello? Lockwood speaking.
This is Gwen. We're at the hospital. Hold the line. Mr. Tracy wants to speak with you.
We got him into that iron lung just in time. The nerves controlling his breathing muscles were paralyzed by 2 of the bullets.
Mr. Lockwood's on the phone.
Thank you. Hello, Steve. The doctor says Brown will pull through.
That's good news, Dick.
He's still unconscious, but when he comes to, we'll be able to identify that man for holding.
We've just taken a paraffin test of his right hand.
Yep, they show up all right, Chief.
Yeah. There's no doubt he's guilty.
Lock him up. I'll be at the lab in 20 minutes.
Okay, Dick. Lock him up, boys.
Bob, Dick Tracy's got the kid. He's gonna pin the whole rap on him.
What about the other G-man?
Still living. They got him in an iron lung over at the receiving hospital.
Has he talked?
Not yet. He's been out like a light since they picked him up.
I'll have a hard time burning the kid if that G-man never talks.
He's not going to.
Let's check for those footprints we found along the bottom of the ditch.
I got it, Chief. I got all the dope on Joe Hanner, the driver of that taxi cab. It was just like you said. I went to the cab company with the number of the cab's license plate, and they gave me his pictures, his fingerprint, and everything.
Oh.
Joe Hanner shouldn't be hard to trace. I think I know where he's gone. I found out he has a brother living in Salt Lake City. I checked all the ticket agencies and showed him Joe's picture. A clerk for the Speedhound Bus Company said he remembered a guy that looked like Hanner buying a ticket for Salt Lake.
Good work, Mike. That's using the old news. If we bring Hanner back here, a lot of missing pieces will fit into the puzzle. Why do you suppose he beat it? Very obvious. He didn't want to identify his passenger.
You and Mike hop the plane for Salt Lake and bring Hanner back.
Right.
Hello?
Yes? Oh. All right. Yes, I'll be right over.
What's happened?
Lost a great guy. Ron's gone. It was only this morning I sent Ron his first assignment. Gee, he was proud. Proud of that first job. I'm going to finish that job for him, Gwen. There won't be a rat left in the underworld who'll be allowed to forget why Ron Merton died. This is a cast of the tire tracks left by the car in which the gang made their getaway. Notice the distinct flaw that appears on the tire, caused by a defect in the mold used in making it. Now, there are not more than a dozen retread tire shops in the city. Check on each of them. Find one with a corresponding flaw in the tire mold. Then get a list of persons to whom such tires were sold. Get them.
G-men are holding a suspect whom they believe Hanner will identify as the man who did the fatal shooting.
I guess it's all up for the kid now. The best mouthpiece in the country couldn't save him. If that taxi driver puts a finger on him.
Yeah, if it wasn't for him, the kid would have a chance. They'd have a hard time proving he was in that cab.
I've got a plan that'll keep Hanner from ever laying eyes on the kid.
Now drive straight to the ridge with that equipment. Okay. You leave in the sedan about a half an hour. I'll pick up Champ and meet you tonight at the beam station. Right.
Hello, Mr. Tracy. I've located the shop where those tires are made. 203 South Norman. Wait for me there. I'll be right over. I discovered the flaw you're speaking of after I'd struck off about 3 sets of tires. I had them moved and repaired right away.
Well, that narrows the search down considerably. What became of those tires?
Why, that fellow who owns the electrical shop across the street said he wanted them for some friends of his. So I sold him 2 sets. That's him now.
Thank you. We'll question him. That car has the same kind of tires we're looking for. I'm going to follow it and see where it goes. You question the men in the shop. I figured anything was better than getting mixed up with that stock gang, so I lit out.
Don't want to get started at the ship.
My life wasn't worth 2 cents being a witness to it. Why'd they rough me out in no time at all? You guys will have to give me plenty of protection until the rest of that gang is rounded up.
You'll get it all right.
ahead, Tim. Come on. Park the car off the road, Sam. We got to step on it. There's not much time. All right, keep quiet. You won't get hurt. Okay, Jim, time up. Get up. Come on. Keep watch outside. Hey, what are you guys up to? Broadcasting a beam signal. There's a ship in the air coming in on it. You're telling us.
Funny, we were almost over. Better veer north a little. Stick him up there. They up to it here. They wrecked the beam, cut it off, and smashed all the equipment. What ships are in the air? Flight 9 coming in from Salt Lake. And there's a low ceiling. They'll need the beam. The minute the beam cut out, they probably circle ahead for another port. They're in constant touch with the airfield anyway. Can we listen in on their reports? Everything's wrecked in here. But the fellow who works the day shift has a receiving radio in his plane. It's on the field outside. Come on.
I'll give it 15 more minutes. Listen.
Coming to this platform. Light checking in. Light 9 calling the airport. Calling the airport. Light 9 calling to this platform.
Municipal Airport back. Go ahead, Flight 9.
Flying at 3,000 feet. Airspeed 180.
Visibility poor. Beam coming in strong.
Flight 9 reports the beam coming in strong, but that couldn't be. One of them kept looking at his watch, and at a certain time they cut the switch.
That's it. When they cut off that beam, the rest of the gang started to fall from somewhere. A false beam that was leading the ship to disaster. How long would it take you to warn the airport to broadcast a message to that plane?
I could drive to a phone in 5 minutes.
This ship gassed up?
Yes.
I'm taking off to pick up that false beam to locate its source. You get to that phone and warn the airport before it's too late. Hurry.
Contact!
Going municipal. Flight 9 calling the airport.
Come in, Flight 9.
Visibility still poor. Figure we've cleared the Coldwater Mountain range. Beam signal strong.
What's that fool trying to do? It's Dick Tracy. He's trying to warn me. Right, right.
Municipal airport. Flight 9 calling.
Municipal Airport. Jones answering. Go ahead, Flight 9.
Dick Tracy's plane crashed at azimuth north, 48 degrees west. Distance approximately 28 miles from your position. Wrecked in flames. Send a rescue party immediately. That's all.
Load the stuff on the truck. Stop driving the truck to town. Right.
It'll do. We can identify people from much less of a fingerprint than that. And I'm hoping this print will lead us directly to the start gate. We'll shoot this to Washington in a few hours. We'll know all about Snow.
That's a funny name.
That's his moniker.
Moniker? What's that mean, Mr. Lockwood?
That's his nickname. He's a criminal. You probably have that on file, too.
Did G-Men know all the crooks' monikers?
Well, most of them.
Gee.
When? Get me Washington. The teletype.
Yes, sir.
Identification Division, FBI, Washington, D.C. Teletype me all information you have on person, nickname Snub. Fingerprint classification.
Tracy's car's over in that garage. If he gets to court, he'll pin the whole rap on the kid.
Not when this blows up.
Okay, when you get it planted, go on back to the hideout.
Right.
I'll find all 17 of them.
Junior, leave Mike alone.
We'll be at Criminal Court, Division 9. Skid Start case opens in a half an hour. Nice people. Yes. I have a suspicion they don't like me. Look after them, Steve. I've got to get to court. Right.
They'd never have convicted him without Tracy.
Yeah, and if you'd stuck around and see if that bomb was in that car like it should have been.
Shut up. Well, what do you want?
Yeah. We need more cars for that Manila shipment.
Well, you heard him. What are you waiting for? Come on, get up. About that special little Parker. Put in a Super 8 Harmer motor. Change the serial number. Take that sedan body off and make it a coupe.
Yes.
Paint it yellow. Pull it down, put in a Drake motor, and paint it a two-tone green.
Right.
Hey, Scrub, strike.
Okay. It was easy. Why, she even left the keys in the car.
Can you imagine anybody being so dumb?
Mid-City Garage. Let's go have a talk with Mr. Snub Madison.
up with him till last week, then he quit.
Why?
Why? Because he... Say, listen, mister. I didn't ask him why. Just checked out, that's all I know.
Let's go, Steve. Thanks.
Well, what do you think?
Snubbed up there all right. I saw his time card in the rack. You get Hunt, Ransom, Reynolds. I'm gonna have a look around.
Right.
Get this one changed over. Start them all from the dock.
Okay.
Come on, let's get the money ready. $500,000. Certainly was a swell haul. Why, that armored car job was just the beginning.
Don't move. Turn around. All right, you. Turn around. Put out your hands.
What's the idea? The paint removers loaded with ether.
Look out, he's going to shoot. through now.
That ether gas won't clear out for hours. Trigger, you! You, pull that car over the head of the ramp. Don't let that gas get you. Put him behind the wheel. Wrap the wheel over and get out. He'll crack up, and his death will be accidental. Shove it down the ramp. That evens up for the kid.
Are you all right, Dick?
Yes. The Starks. They're on the 6th floor. Come on. You fool! That gas will knock us all out. Well, how about the money? We got to leave it out the back way. Hand me that gas mask. Come on. Stand back.
Money Ron Merton was guarding when he was shot.
That wall's a fake. There are machine shops on the other side. We'll break it down.
They'll be gone before we can break through.
They're bound to leave clues. We'll fingerprint the place and take their files and correspondence. You men bring the money. Come on, Steve.
They certainly didn't leave much.
Clever guy, that Stark. All prepared to move out. As we were taught in school, a criminal always leaves something. Here's a slim chance. Maybe something's written on this. We'll test it.
Spy, isn't he?
Worse than that. He buys naval and military plans and sells them to any nation that will pay him. I wonder what he wanted with the Starks. Check on Kroner. Take Rance, Reynolds, and Hunt and cover all his activities for the past week. Make a list of all his telephone calls and copies of all the telegrams he sent and received.
Right.
Just why do you want this radio control, Baron?
Because the radio control installed in the new Army tank represents the outcome of 10 years' experiments by the finest brains in the United States Army. A military development of the utmost importance.
What about the guards, Kroner?
They'll have been disposed of. The car that the tank is being shipped into the coast will be sidetracked. And will leave the junction about 2 p.m. The rest is up to you.
We'll have the radio control for you before we...
Excellent. Powers I represent will pay you well for its safe delivery. But gentlemen, remember I expect results. Good day.
Baron Nikolai Kroner, Shore Hotel, Los Angeles. As per your instructions, the fire machinery on train 74 will be shunted onto siding at Perlita Junction about 2 p.m. I checked with the railroad, and there is no fire machinery on train number 74.
Where is Perlita Junction?
In the mountains near Lone Peak, only a small switchback. Gwen, call in Hunt, Rance, and Reynolds right away.
Yes, sir.
By 2 p.m., we'll all be at Perlita Junction.
Pretty quiet. Right on time. Wait here.
How long have you been tied up?
About 10 minutes. I'm sitting here taking a message when some men jumped me.
Telegraph to the sheriff's office and have them get
I
up.
can't. I can receive messages okay, but they've wrecked my sending key and opened the circuit.
I see. Get word to as quick as you can. Come on, Steve. Let's go, men. Siding's over there.
Take it easy. Hurry it up, boys. We'll drive her down to the ravine. We'll need time to take that radio control out of her. Look.
I get it now. They're after the new Army experimental tank. Stark! Stay where you are.
It's Tracy!
G-men! Let him have it! Steve, take Hunt and Rance and circle around behind them. Right.
Here. Rigger, get the engine started. It's our only chance for a getaway. Come on, boys.
Down the mountain.
Number 19 coming up the grade right now. It's a passenger train. They'll hit head on.
Isn't there a switch off halfway down?
Yes, but I can't get word through. Lockwood, he's on that train.
Steve? Keep trying to get through. McGurk, you stay here. The rest of you go down the road and see if you can find the Starks. I'll cut across country in the tank. Right.
him ride the car down the mountain.
Supposing he comes to and jumps off.
I'll fix that. Take those handcuffs and handcuff him to that.
It's keyed.
This may do it. It works. I can only stop that passenger train. Too late. Number 19's already gone through. One more chance. Gomez Junction. I can only get the operator in time.
Steve's on that train. He may be killed.
He's only one. There are hundreds of people on that passenger train.
boys hurt? No, we're all right. Can you get word through to Perlita? Sure. Tell the FBI men to pick up Tracy and Lockwood here. Right. No use looking further for the Starks. Let's go. Dr. Worthy, we've made all arrangements to destroy your new 200-inch lens unless you pay me $50,000. Further instructions will follow. Dr. Worthy, he's the famous astronomer at Wilmar, isn't he?
Yes, and he just finished work on that new 200-inch lens.
Have this tested for fingerprints.
Yes?
Steve, get me all the dope you can on Worthing, will you? Right.
at their mercy. We cannot move the lens. It would take a week even to load it onto a flat car.
Well, I'm sure we'll be able to protect it here, Dr. Worthing.
I hope so. It represents an investment of $250,000 and 7 years of hard work.
7 years.
Yes. I hope Mr. Clark will be able to convince them that we can't pay this extortion money.
Convince them? You mean you're in direct contact with them?
A second note last night told us to have the money at a point on the upland highway exactly 6 miles east of Holloway at 10 this morning. You know, Mr. Clark is as deeply interested in the telescope as I am.
And you sent him to meet them without the money?
Only a dummy package. He's going to plead with them in the interest of science.
This is serious. I hope we can get there in time to stop him. That's his car, all right. The other one might be a contact car. Let's get it. We're being followed.
Any other car?
Guess that stops us. Yes. We'll get back to the observatory and help guard that lens. Here's the money.
Very clever, aren't you? I expected you'd try an old trick like this, so I had you brought here. You're going to write a note to Dr. Worthing explaining how important it is for him to come through.
My reason for coming was to explain...
Forget the explanation. We want cash.
That's just the point. All of our available funds have gone into building this new telescope. We can't pay you $50,000 or any part of it.
He can pay it if he has to. Look that over.
Why, this is a plan
Yes. That's how we intend to destroy the lens unless he pays. Simple, bound to work.
Yes, I'm afraid it will.
Perhaps you will write that note for us now.
I guess that's the only way.
I'll tell you what to write.
Don't worry about Clark, Dr. Worthing. If they planned to kill him, they would have done so when they first found him.
I hope you're right, but I'm still greatly concerned.
Meanwhile, I suggest that you close the place to all visitors.
The crowd's already gathered for the afternoon lecture, and I hate to disappoint them now. Wouldn't it be all right if I just run through this one lecture and then close up?
If you do, it's on your own responsibility.
Doctor, I found this note pinned to the lens house door.
Clark seems convinced they mean business.
They must. Clark couldn't be intimidated.
It's 3:15. I suggest you finish your lecture and get everyone out of here as soon as possible.
Yes, I'll hurry it through and we can have everyone waiting here by 3:15.
Meanwhile, I'll make sure no one gets near that lens.
Shall we go in? No, we better stick around and see what happens.
Most peculiar, Mr. Tracy.
What is it?
Why, this building is out of line. An error has developed in my calculations, and I just found out what caused it. I finally discovered this building had sagged and thrown my instruments out of line.
These foundations certainly seem solid enough.
Well, they've been standing solidly for years. I can't understand it.
They tunneled in from...
Fred, take care of him. Steve, you and Mike come with me.
Okay, Dick. We better set off that blast and scram.
Well, why take a chance on that? We don't get the money either way.
And let them think we're bluffing?
I guess you're right. I was just thinking of all those visitors up there.
That's their tough luck. It's now or never. Come on.
It's no use, Mr. Tracy. He's dead.
From what he said, they must have a tunnel under the lens. But where's the entrance to it? The sagging building. The tunnel must be under here. If the lens building is in that direction, and the tunnel passes under this building, the entrance must be that way.
Well, there's an old mine tunnel down there.
That's it. Come on.
The rings about the planet Saturn are gaseous in nature.
Hurry it up. That only gives us 5 minutes.
Somebody's coming. This is it. Stay here, Mike. Come on, Steve. Looks like we beat him to it.
There's enough dynamite here to blow the top of the mountain off.
Yes. And all those people are still in the lecture room. We gotta get this stuff out of here. Wait a minute. I hear a clock ticking. They must have placed a time bomb to set off this dynamite. We've got to find it.
Let him go.
I was standing out there. There was a couple.
Keep quiet, Mike, will you? And help us with these boxes.
Yeah, I know. But there was a guy.
Come on. I've got it.
Set for 3 o'clock. Come on, we gotta get it out of here.
She's due now.
It's locked.
That's what I was trying to tell you. A couple of guys jumped me outside.
Get back, it's our only chance.
But what are you going to do?
Get back!
Let's get to the plane.
Number? Seems to me there was an X in front of it.
X means experimental. Must be an experimental plane.
Low wing mono, 5.5 dihedral. There's a slight angle of incidence.
That's about it.
Looks very efficient to me.
Thanks, Mac.
Okay.
Here we are, Dick. How does it look to you? That's the way I saw it. Right to scale.
Look familiar, Mike? Yeah. Call the National Aircraft Company, Gwen. Now we'll find out who makes this plane and trace it down.
Sit down, Mr. Tracy. It looks like the model, all right, but you must be mistaken. The plane you saw simply couldn't have been the type. Why, only 4 of these planes were ever made. 1 was wrecked during test flight. The other 3 have never been flown.
Well, we must be mistaken, Dick.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carston.
We're making a test flight with our number 2 ship in a few minutes. Of course, these are designed for the government, but as government men, you're very welcome to view it.
Thanks. We'll have a look.
Come with me. It's designed to climb faster and higher than any plane yet made.
Certainly looks efficient.
If you'll excuse me, I have some final instructions from my pilot.
Certainly. I still believe it was a plane like this one that we saw.
Something fishy somewhere.
I'm going to stow away on this test flight. I might find something. You cover up for me.
Right.
This is Brand, our test pilot. Mr. Lockwood is from the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How do you do?
Howdy.
Where's Mr. Tracy?
Why, he had to leave. Left his thanks for your courtesy.
I'm sorry. Well, Brand, all set?
Yes, sir.
Plenty oxygen?
Fresh tanks?
Shoot okay?
Yes, but I don't think I'll need it today.
I hope not. Well, off you go. Good luck.
I'll do my best, sir.
Now watch her climb.
Very pretty.
Here he comes.
Made it so far.
Nice going. Better take her up over Edgeware Bay, circle the town a couple of times so you'll have plenty of witnesses. But fly high so they can't spot the type. And don't forget to call when you land. Tell Wade to dismantle her right away and load her on the truck. Okay, Pete. I think I know who it was. It must have been Tracy again.
It's Brand. Everything worked perfectly, just as planned.
Yes, listen. We're pretty sure that Dick Tracy was in your plane.
Dick Tracy?
Pete discovered him. There was a fight.
Leave it to me. I'll lie like a trooper and put Tracy right on the spot. Right.
What do you make of it? There's no doubt about it. Stark is stealing government planes from Carston. But how? Simple enough. I think that test pilot Brand switches planes. He turns the government ship over to Stark and then wrecks a decoy plane of similar appearance.
Shouldn't we grab Brand?
No, he's small fry. By keeping our eyes open and playing dumb, we'll get onto the trail of Stark. He's the man we're after.
It all sounds very irregular, but I've assured Mr. Tracy that there must be some logical explanation.
There is. You see, I had just passed 16,000 feet. Everything going beautifully when I discovered a leak in the outside oil line.
Union's too light?
That's it.
Double the size of the other models.
So I spot a good open field over near Sierra Bonita, and I sat down to fix the leak.
But the two mechanics there, were you expecting trouble?
Of course not. A private plane from Glendale made a forced landing there this morning. Those two mechanics were sent out from the factory to get the ship going. They were just starting back in their car when I dropped down.
There, you see.
With their help, I fixed the leak in a jiffy, and was just about to take off when I discovered Mr. Tracy hiding in a tail.
Did you see or hear anything that conflicts with Brand's statement?
No. I couldn't see from where I was, and the roar of the motors.
I'm afraid, Mr. Tracy, that your imagination ran away with you. You G-men are so in the habit of suspicioning everyone.
I might have been mistaken.
You were when you thought you saw one of our ships at Mount Wilmot.
I think he's right, Dick.
Let's forget it. I'll vouch for Brand. He's a swell pilot and above any suspicion.
Thanks, Mr. Costin.
Now, Brand, how about that accident?
Well, she was handling perfect. I was just over the beach at Edgeware and climbing nicely when I saw a trickle of gas across the floor.
How come?
Well, I checked the fuel line, and sure enough, the tube was cracked and bent. Next moment, there was a burst of flame, and I bailed out right then.
I'm mighty glad you escaped, but how do you count for the brake?
Well, I don't like to say.
Come on, let's have it.
All right, I will. When I was trying to eject Mr. Tracy, one of us must have kicked or fallen against the tubing and cracked it.
Well, Mr. Tracy?
I was assigned to this case, Mr. Carston, and I've got to follow it through.
Well, if you're still suspicious, how about coming along with me tomorrow on the test flight? We are testing number 3, aren't we?
Definitely. We have only 3 days left to cinch that government contract.
Of course, 2 of this model have cracked up, but I'm sure you'd be safe tomorrow.
I'll be with you.
Okay, see you then.
Grant.
Yeah, what is it?
I didn't think he'd have the crust, but he's going up with me tomorrow.
Perfect. Here's where we get rid of Tracy permanently.
I'm not going to get my neck stretched for that guy.
You don't have to. Now, here's what you do. When you take off tomorrow,
What's this?
Order 2 full tanks of oxygen. Want to be sure we have plenty.
That's right. Can't have anything go wrong today.
Which is the oxygen and which is the anesthetic?
The one with the brown band will put him to sleep.
Dick, I hate to see you make this flight.
Forget it. It's all in the day's work.
Happy landing.
Right.
We're waiting for you, Mr. Tracy. All set.
Those are the oxygen tubes. We'll need them in about 10 minutes.
you say is hard to believe.
I suspected from the beginning that the Stark gang was stealing your planes. They would have had the third one if your test pilot hadn't tried to do away with me.
This is a serious matter. You see, the government had entrusted me with certain specifications. The motors on those planes contain a secret that mustn't fall into the wrong hands.
We're a little late, Mr. Carston. They've already stolen 2 of your planes. I understand you have only 1 remaining plane of this type.
That's right.
If we're in luck, Stark gang will try to steal the motor from that 4th plane. If we help them do it.
I got you. We used that 4th motor as bait and set a trap.
Exactly. But it must be a very clever trap, or they'll never fall for it. The Stark gang must have spies among your men. Give out general orders at once that the 4th plane is to be entirely dismantled and the motor packed for shipment by truck.
The motor will leave my factory by truck, but this is only to make it look on the level. The second truck, looking exactly like the first and with the dummy motor in it, will continue on the journey. Tracy figures he'll be able to follow you after you hijack the dummy motor, and this way be led to the hideout.
Very nice of Tracy to tell you these things. Does he suspect you?
No.
Maybe Tracy doesn't know the money that foreign agents will pay for a few government secrets.
I wish the deal was complete and in the bag.
Eh, getting nervous? There's no need. We've got Tracy just where we want him. Tell me more about that automatic radio signal that is supposed to guide the G-men to wherever we take the truck.
It will be concealed in the crate containing the dummy motor.
This automatic radio signal will be started the moment the truck is stopped. Your job, Gwen, is to take the direction readings as we broadcast them into it. Triangulate them on this map. That way, we'll always know the truck's exact location. Now, I've got to go. This thing has to be crated and put aboard the truck.
Good luck, Steve.
Thanks.
They'll drive straight to Bakersfield. If you're stopped along the road, don't resist. Just give this cord a yank. That'll start the automatic radio signal concealed in the dummy motor crate.
I see. You want the hijackers to make off with the truck so you can follow them and see where they take it.
That's right.
The other truck's coming, Dick.
Start your motor.
So far, so good, Mr. Tracy. But the real motor is in this truck. I don't want anything to happen to it. I'm going to ride with it to the government warehouse.
That's a good idea. Come on, Steve.
All right, drive straight to the hideout. We'll take this motor right to where the other 2 are.
What about the guys driving the other truck?
I picked them for the job. They know the score. Let's go.
Calling headquarters from location 12. Radio signal coming in from north 11 points west.
11 points west.
Stanton from location 3. Signal's coming from west, 20 points south.
Headquarters calling all cars. Headquarters calling all cars. Truck's position approximately 3 miles north of Coyote Well, Highway 99. Standing by.
Calling Stanton. Calling Stanton. Proceed to location 5 and stand by.
Stanton back. Okay. Let's go.
We better head north.
Now, there's nothing to do but wait for the payoff when the foreign emissary gets here. This is a red-letter day, Carson. And if my plans go through, Dick Tracy will never trouble us again. That truck should be entering Dorman Canyon with the automatic radio signal on it about now.
Here comes the truck. Come on, help us plant this dynamite.
What's the gag?
You'll see. Give us a hand with these cases. We're taking them up above.
Calling Tracy. The truck is stopped in Dorman Canyon. Dorman Canyon is midway between Hemet and Taunton City.
Okay, Gwen. Stand by. Calling Stanton. Calling Stanton. Proceed to Dorman Canyon. We'll meet you there. That is all.
Message received. Cut across to the ridge route.
Well, this'll give them a real welcome. It'll take a month to dig Tracy and his men out of that canyon after we blow the walls down on them.
I'm going to move the car out of the canyon so they won't see it.
Take the next turn into the hills.
Well, the G-men ought to be along any minute now. You two stay here, light that fuse when I give you the signal, then clear out.
Right.
Come on, dude. We'll watch for him. Look. That's the first of them, all right.
There's the truck.
And no one near it. Let's find out.
Oh, wait.
I don't like the looks of things. Dick. Those tracks. They're still wet. There's something fishy about this. Think it's an ambush?
Might be. Lay low and wait for Stanton and McGurk. I'm going to see where these tracks lead to.
If we detour, we'll be another hour.
Let's chance the road we're on.
Okay. Tracy will be there all right. He's coming in the other way.
There's the truck.
I wonder where Dick Tracy is.
He'll be along. Let's investigate.
There's a couple of them now. I'll signal for the explosion when they get near the truck.
What about Tracy?
Oh, he may be wise to us. Let's get this over with.
Gonna blow it?
What do you think? Don't shoot. You'll warn them away from the truck. Stay here.
That's funny. They don't seem to have touched a thing.
Tracy hasn't got a chance. Mike! Ben! Get back! Get back to the car! Let's go. It's no use. The wires are gone.
Look, there's a G-Man's car.
Let's get it.
The Stark gang have a car planted up ahead for a getaway, but I fixed it so they can't use it. Be ready for a gun battle.
That's our car.
Steve, broadcast a message to the Highway Patrol. Give a description of that car and tell them to cover all roads.
Right.
Stan McGurk, you come with me. We'll check for clues in their car.
Maybe we should have stuck around and made sure we got Tracy.
I don't think he ever got out of there.
Looks like a clean getaway.
Dick, come here.
Say, when's Zarkov gonna pick up those government motors we've got at the hideout?
Tomorrow.
They don't know the radio is broadcasting everything they say.
Beats me how he figures he can smuggle them out of the country. That's Zarkov's worry, not ours.
Zarkov.
Say, I don't think we ought to drive all the way to the plant in this car.
No, we'll ditch it the first chance we get.
Ah, Mr. Zarkov.
Have you the motors?
Yes, 3 of them.
Fine. The secret of those motors are worth a fortune to a certain country I know of.
Yeah, well, how are you going to get them out of the country?
That's where my business comes in. My scrap iron business.
Washington's report on Zarkov. It just came in.
Boris Zarkov, international foreign agent and mercenary spy. Suspected as a dangerous alien. Scrap iron, huh? I'm beginning to see the light. 3 valuable government airplane motors are stolen by the Stark gang, held in an unknown hideout to be turned over to this foreign agent Zarkov. Zarkov, meanwhile, is pretending to be engaged in the legitimate business of buying and shipping scrap iron to the Orient.
How does Zarkov figure to get the motors out of the country?
That's where the scrap iron comes in. If I'm not mistaken, in a few days, a ship will sail for the Orient carrying a cargo of scrap iron. Somewhere in that cargo will be the 3 government airplane motors.
That's like finding a needle in a haystack.
That's just it. It'll be practically impossible to find those motors once they're aboard ship. We've got to get to that hideout before the motors are moved.
When the Stark boys were getting away in that radio car, They mentioned going to a plant.
Mix me a solvent catalytic agent for nitrate, will you, Steve? Certainly. Gwen, call the Maritime Board and find out what docks are loading scrap iron shipments for the Orient.
Yes, sir.
Just as I thought, phosphate. That car we captured from the Stark gang had been kept at times where there was a lot of phosphate. They tracked it in on their shoes when they got into the car.
We'll be starting our in-flight meal service. Please look in your seat back for our menu, and one of our crew members will stop by shortly for your order. If you would like to order additional menu items,
Pier 40 sailing for the Orient day after tomorrow with a load of scrap iron.
Good. Now find out the name of the trucking company.
I've already done that, Mr. Tracy.
You have? I tell you, Steve, the day of women special agents is just around the corner. And what is the name of the trucking company, Little Miss Intelligence?
Trendon, 358 Pier Avenue.
Swell.
Yes, we've been hauling for a man named Zargov for scrap iron.
Where do you make those pickups?
Oh, different places. We were 2 days clearing off a junk car lot. Today we are bringing back several loads of scrap iron from a railroad yard. Obsolete iron wheels, cables, old boilers.
I see.
Tomorrow the job is finished. Just 2 truckloads of old machinery from a broken-down fertilizing plant.
Fertilizer plant. That's what I'm looking for. Now, Mr. Trendle, I want to ask your cooperation in this matter.
Sure, anything.
Tomorrow, when your trucks leave for that pickup, I want to be on.
A couple of trucks are coming here. Let them in.
Everything's all set. I think Zarkov ought to give us our cut now.
That's what I'm going after. Come on. How about the payoff?
When the motors are on the trucks.
We'll take the money now, Zarkov.
Yes, as you say, gentlemen.
Where do we make the pickup?
Right around the corner. The boys are waiting for you.
A match, buddy?
You two stay with them. Casey, come along with me.
The truck's just pulled in.
They're paying off inside. You better get your cut.
Okay.
Get them in the truck. Keep down.
Something's gone wrong. Come on, boys. Take cover. Take cover.
Don't move. It's a surprise seeing you here, Karsten. Now I'm beginning to understand a few things.
Step over there.
We can't get at him. I'll go up on the roof where I can pick them off one at a time. Chimney. It got triggered.
Where'd they go?
I don't know. I lost track of them when the chimney crashed. We can get away through the tunnel to the railroad siding. Come on.
We'll search the place.
One more score we've got to even up with the G-Man.
Trigger got one of them first anyway.
Yeah, but not the right one.
We've got to get Tracy. And I'm for bumping him off now.
We'll get our chance one of these days. But right now, we need cash. How's your job with Trenton?
Okay, I'm the regular driver on truck number 6.
What about your helper?
Oh, he's okay. He'll play along.
Then we're all set. I'll fix up a note to Trenton.
You want me to deliver that note?
Yes. And when you do, tell Burton to stick around. In case Trendle calls in the G-Men, we want to know what their plans are.
Okay.
Hello,
Dick.
Hello.
Your friend Trendle is in trouble. Extortion.
How was this note delivered?
He found a pin with a knife to his office door.
Any fingerprints?
Not on the note. Steve was looking over the knife.
Find anything?
Take a look. There's a fragment of wood sticking to the haft.
Soft pine and paraffin. Must be from a match. It's been chewed on. The owner of that knife is a doodler. See what else you can dig up, Steve. I'll go see Mr. Trendle. Come on, Mike. Have you any idea how they intend to carry out these threats?
No, I haven't. I have 60 to 100 trucks on the road all the time. They could easily be hijacked or wrecked. The biggest contract I have is with the government to carry supplies to repairmen, reconstructing the Riviera Dam, which is badly leaking.
bad the man I chased across the lumberyard died before I could question him or find out who he was. But these things found in his possession might help. Oh, a map.
Why, it's a map of the Riviera Dam.
The Trendle trucking route runs across the valley below the dam. And this road leads to the spillway. Anything happening to the Riviera Dam would wash out all the roads. Trendle would be forced to shut down and forfeit his government contract.
But the guy we was chasing, maybe he was the only one behind the extortion.
I don't think so. He was only a stooge sent to spy on Trendle. Unless I miss my guess, we're still dealing with the Starks.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is station KDTR, broadcasting our regular 15 minutes of personal messages. This is a special feature of our station. Our first message is from Mr. L.C. Trendle. The answer is no.
The Stark gang may or may not go ahead with their plans. Anyway, I've arranged with Mr. Trendle to ride one of the trucks tomorrow to see what happens.
Gee, maybe there'll be some fight. Can I go along, Dick?
No, it's no place for a youngster. Mike, run Junior over to school, will you?
Well, that's that. We'll go ahead. You boys know what to do.
No, we can do it, all right. We can put him out of business. And what good's that going to do us?
Ain't gonna do us any good this time. But we got to let people know we don't bluff. When we make a threat, we mean business.
All set?
Yeah.
All right. Don't lose your nerve.
You take the last truck out. Wilson has been driving for me 10 years. He can be trusted.
All right, Mr. Trendle. I'll contact you as soon as we reach camp. Thank you. Same crew of drivers all the time?
Usually. We take on extra ones now and then.
What's the matter?
I think it's only a plugged gas line.
Oh, you sure you can fix it all right?
Oh, yeah, we'll be along in a few minutes now.
The guy on number 6, is he always chewing on matches?
Yeah, when he ain't whittling them. Why?
Is something wrong?
That's what I'm going to find out. Keep rolling. I don't want them to hear us stop.
This all of the dynamite?
Yeah, all you've got to do now is leave the truck on top of the dam and light the fuse. That'll fix Trundle's road for him, all right. Everything's set. Let's go.
Put up your hands. Now turn around. Get over there with him.
We sure did it that time, Dick. Attaboy, Dick.
Stop! No brakes. It's the dam. Are you okay?
I think so.
Where will that flood hit?
It'll go down the valley past Vincenti.
Is there a telephone near here?
Yes, there's one in the gatehouse.
We'll have and give a warning broadcast. Come on. Have the message broadcast over all stations immediately. Okay. Thank you. Come on, Junior.
Attention, residents, Riviera Valley. The dam has been blown up. A flood is coming down the valley. Everyone must evacuate that district at once. Hurry. Attention, residents, Riviera Valley. The dam has been blown up. Everyone must evacuate that district at once. Hurry. A flood is coming down the valley.
Get out of here.
They'll probably give Tracy a medal for that.
Isn't there some way we can get rid of that guy? I think there is. Read that. A representative group of city businessmen will seek interviews today with Police Chief Hutchinson and FBI Supervisor Dick Tracy in an effort to learn whether or not these departments are lax in combating the present crime wave which has struck this city.
Well, what's that got to do with bumping off Tracy?
He'll be holding this interview today, won't he? Spilling a lot of gab to a bunch of righteous citizens. We can blow the FBI, its records, and Dick Tracy into small bits.
Yes, but how?
For once, Tracy won't be on his guard. He'll never suspect his visitors.
I get it. We'll hire a killer to get in with that group.
Killers are mugs. We got to find somebody Tracy don't know. Somebody that looks like a respectable businessman.
I know just the guy. Get the Duke on the phone.
Hello? Yes, this is he. Oh, hello, Stark. That's a cinch. $1,000. No, that's my price. Okay, then just leave everything to me. Mr. Tracy, Mr. Gant, Mr. Rice, Mr. Leonard. This is Mr. Reeves. Mr. Reeves just joined our party this morning, and we made him welcome. He is secretary of the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce, here to study civic problems.
How do you do? Gentlemen, this is my assistant, Steve Lockwood. Won't you sit down, gentlemen? Steve, take their hats. May I take your briefcase?
Why, no, if you don't mind. I'll be taking notes from time to time, and I have my papers in here.
I see. Oh, Miss Andrews. Will you take care of this at once, please?
I think you understand, Mr. Tracy, why we have come here. It's not exactly in the spirit of criticism, but the citizens that we represent are very much in the dark as to just what steps are being taken against crime.
I understand. But the activities of the Federal Bureau of Investigation are of necessity unpublicized. We try to avoid as much as possible any newspaper comment. Steve, bring in that tray from the lab, will you, please?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to explain to you, gentlemen, a few of the incidents in crime which have arisen in the past few months. I'm sure you'll agree when I'm through that the FBI has not been idle. Thank you. Now, this innocent-looking pair of pliers, left at the scene of crime, helped us to recover $500,000 in cash stolen from an armored car, and also permitted us to smash one of the cleverest automobile stealing organizations this city has ever known. We had nothing but a nickname to go on. A nickname and part of a fingerprint.
There isn't much to that fingerprint.
It'll do. We can identify people from much less of a fingerprint than that. And I'm hoping this print will lead us directly to the Stark gang. We'll shoot this to Washington in a few hours. We'll know all about Snub.
That's a funny name.
That's his moniker.
Moniker? What's that mean, Mr. Lockwood?
That's his nickname. He's a criminal. We'll probably have that on file, too.
The G-men know all the crooks' monikers?
Well, most of it.
Gee.
I teletyped to Washington, making inquiries regarding any character of the underworld using the moniker Snub. Almost immediately, a reply came back.
Worked here until last week, then he quit.
Why?
Why, because he... Say, listen, mister. I didn't ask him why. He just checked out, that's all I know.
Let's go, Steve. Thanks. I knew that Snub was in that building somewhere. Dressing as one of the garage attendants, I went back alone. I had reached the 6th floor when...
get this one changed over, start them all for the dock.
Okay.
Come on, let's get the money ready. $500,000. Certainly was a swell haul. Why, that armored car job was just the beginning.
Don't move. Put out your hand.
Removers loaded with ether.
Look out, he's going to shoot. What do we do now? That ether gas won't clear out for hours.
Trigger, do! Pull that car over the head of the ramp. Don't let that gas get you. Put him behind the wheel. Wrap the wheel over and get out. He'll crack up, and his death will be accidental. Shove it down the ramp.
Are you all right, Dick? Yes. The Starks. They're on the 6th floor. Come on.
By the time we reached the 6th floor, the Stark gang had fled. But because of the gas-filled paint room, they were unable to take the $500,000 in stolen currency with them.
That wall's a fake. There are machine shops on the other side. We'll break it down.
They'll be gone before we can break through.
They're bound to leave clues. We'll fingerprint the place and take their files and correspondence. You men bring the money. Come on, Steve.
They certainly didn't leave much.
Clever guy, that Stark. All prepared to move out. As we were taught in school, a criminal always leaves something. Here's a slim chance. Maybe something's written on this. We'll test it.
Just the name Baron Kroner. That was our next clue.
Pardon me, Mr. Tracy. An important teletype message from Washington.
Excuse me a moment, gentlemen.
Certainly.
Come along, Steve.
Very interesting.
There's no such man as Reeves belonging to the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce.
Call it a hunch if you like, but I suspected him of being a phony from the moment I saw him.
What's his game?
You remember he didn't want to part with that briefcase?
Gentlemen, I'm terribly sorry. I overlooked an important appointment with the mayor. Will you present my apology to Mr. Tracy, please?
Why, certainly, Mr. Reeves. Sorry you have to go.
Thank you.
Hey, forgot his briefcase.
Hurry, you can catch him, Sonny.
Yes.
And if there's a bomb in the briefcase, it won't go off while the so-called Mr. Reeves is here. We'll make an excuse to get it away from him and examine it. Where's Mr. Reeves?
He had an important engagement and asked me to explain.
You took his briefcase with him?
As a matter of fact, he forgot it. The youngster took it and is trying to overtake him.
Junior!
Hey, mister, wait! Hey, mister!
Junior, are you all right?
Sure. That was a close one. Look.
That's the last of him. Junior, you saved us all.
Yeah, but I didn't know I was doing it.
And now for the full report.
FBI. Oh, yes, Commander. One moment, please. Commander Grant.
Hello, Commander. Yes, we'll be right over. Come on, Steve. We've got a date with the Navy. If anything comes in, we can be reached at the Terhune Laboratory.
An electric welder? Yes. Well, it was a super welder. Professor Terhune has been working on it for, over 2 years now. He developed it for the Navy Department. We tested it last week, and it's perfect.
Melts the toughest battleship steel like so much ice.
Going to be of tremendous value in putting armor plate on battleships.
I read about it in the newspapers.
Apparently others read about it, too.
When was it stolen?
Last night, about 9 o'clock. I had gone out with my assistant for a bite of supper, intending to work late. When we returned, we found Mac, the night watchman, bound and gagged.
Did he get a look at the men?
Says the one who tied him had an anchor tattooed in the back of his hand.
And this block and tackle?
It was rigged just outside the window, overlooking the alley. You see, we're on the 3rd floor here, and we must have come back just as they got it loaded.
How do you figure that?
The ropes were still swinging when I ran to the window. They must have slid down them, but they heard us at the door.
Was anything else taken?
Nothing was even disturbed. Well, they knew what they were after, all right.
What do you make of it, Commander Grant?
I don't like to think it, but there's the possibility that some spy of a foreign power has stolen it for shipment to his country.
Where are the plans?
Right here in the safe.
Then it wasn't foreign spies. They would have taken them. Easier to transport.
Guess you're right. But who else would steal it?
Someone who wanted to cut a hole in armor plate and do it quickly. Well, there's no time to lose. This is our only clue. A brand new set of blocks and tackle. Steve, phone Gwen. Have her make a list of every hardware wholesaler in town.
That's our make, all right, and the late model, too.
I want you to get a list of every sale you've made of that model.
This is a cross-section of the building structure. Here we are now, and directly beneath us is that block jewelry shop. Here stands the vault, and as you know, it runs from floor to ceiling. A little hardwood and concrete to cut through, and we're right on top of the vault that holds a $500,000 shipment of blue white diamonds.
It looks like a natural.
Now, Snub, how long will it take?
Well, that vault's made of battleship steel. With an ordinary arc welder, 6 hours.
And the new one?
Well, my guess is 40 minutes, unless we blow some fuses. You know, that thing will pull an awful load.
Enough to show on the powerhouse meters?
Yeah, sure, especially on Sunday morning.
All right. I'll send Sweetie and 2 or 3 of the boys out there and have them take charge of mine. Now, Snap, 7 o'clock tonight, you start on the floor. Saturday night, nobody in the building. At 9 tomorrow morning, the boys and I'll bring the welder here. At 10 sharp, you start on the vault. And inside of an hour, we ought to be out of here with the diamonds and whatever else they have in the vault, and no traces left behind.
Where's the next stop?
B&J Transfer Company, out east 22nd Street to Dalton.
Well, what do you want?
Hiya. The chief sent me over to see about that roll of extension cable and those special plugs for the welder. Says you left them out.
Hey, listen, everything we got at the lab went on that truck with Pa and the boys.
Sure about that?
Sure, I'm sure. If there's anything missing, they bounced it off the truck on the way. We ain't responsible.
Now tell us more about Paul and the boys.
What's that?
Tracy, FBI.
Hey, Jack, see me! Hold it, you two. Step up here.
You ain't got nothing on us.
We got bracelets on you.
Notice the anchor, Steve. The watchman can identify him all right.
10 to 20 years, boys.
Now look, you lose time for stealing that welder. Tell us what you know and we'll make it easy on you. You're part of the Stark gang.
No, we hardly know the guy.
But you robbed the Terhune laboratory.
Stark hired us to get that welder for him. Hold it Haley called for him.
Where is it now?
No, Stark and his 2 boys drove up and hauled it away in a truck.
When?
About a half hour ago.
You know where they took it?
Honest, we don't know.
They're going to use the welder on a vault, aren't they?
We've told you all we know.
They just took it. They're planning to use it today. At least 200 steel vaults. They'd get away before we checked on half of them. That voltmeter. I've got it. Where's your telephone?
Right over there.
Hempstead 5880. Dick Tracy, tell me, would your welders be likely to pull much of a load in operation?
Yes. Very heavy M.
And would that load be likely to show on the powerhouse meters?
Almost certain.
Thanks. We may have it back for you tonight. Come on, Steve.
Where to?
The power plant. We'll drop these boys at the Crescent Heights police station on the way out.
Come on.
What can I do for you, gentlemen?
Just keep quiet.
What's the idea?
Taking charge of this plant for a while.
All right, get going.
Pick him up the locker room. Tie him up good and safe. I'll phone that everything's all clear.
Federal Bureau. We'd like to take a look at your load charts for the past week.
All right, help yourself. There are the files. boy in case of trouble. I don't want any shooting. I'm not going to face any murder.
This is what we want. Take us to the main switchboard.
What are you fellas after?
Just investigating. Which way?
I'll show you.
Well, everything seems normal.
Well, we're all ready. Let's go.
There it is. See that needle jump? That's it, all right. Foreman. See that ammeter? Can you locate the exact block where this load was thrown in? Then we'll have to cut off the current for the whole district until we locate the welder. Pull the main switch for the 3rd district.
I can't do that.
It's an order. Steve, pull the switch.
Must have blown a fuse at the plant.
Now telephone the boys. It's somewhere in the 3rd district.
Okay.
There she is.
car's off again. There she is.
Found it. Thanks. I'll see you later. Tracy calling headquarters. Tracy calling headquarters.
Go ahead, Dick.
The Starks are operating in the block bounded by Main, 4th, Severance, and 5th Streets. Have all agents surround this block immediately. That is all.
Calling all special agents. Calling all special agents. Surround block 19. Surround block 19. Calling Tracy. Calling Tracy.
Tracy answering.
All available agents are converging on block 19.
Message received.
The entire block is surrounded, Mr. Tracy, and the alley is bottled up from both ends.
Fine. The Starks are here, we'll get them. What stores in this area might be worth robbing?
Well, the most logical one would be Block's, the manufacturing jeweler, but we've checked all the stores and they're empty.
They wouldn't be in the stores. It's too open. They'd either enter the vault from above or below, where they could work without being seen. We'll take a look in the building. I'll take the upstairs. Steve, you take the basement.
That did it.
Don't move. Back up. All right, turn around.
They went up the fire escape.
No use. They had their escape planned. Take him to the city hospital. Keep a guard over him, and let me know the minute he regains consciousness. I'll come over and question him.
going to live.
We can't let him stay there. The rat'll squeal.
There's not much we can do about it. They've got cops, reporters, and photographers all over the place.
Photographers?
Sure, why?
Get Jake and Blackie and dress them in intern outfits.
And don't drop.
Not much time left. I wish you'd hurry.
Hello. You waiting for someone?
Yeah, we're waiting for Tracy to finish questioning that mug in there. We got to get some pictures.
Oh, I see.
Now listen, you must know how to contact the Starks. Tell me where they live.
Maybe you can tell us about that guy in there. Is he going to pull through?
I don't know. We just came on duty.
You'd better wait a while, Mr. Tracy.
Gee, Mr. Tracy, if we don't make the addition with these pictures, we'll be canned. Give us a break, will you?
Okay, but make it snappy.
Thanks, Mr. Tracy. We'll just take a couple and run. Come on, Snaggy, snap it up. All set? Take it.
Tear gas! This window, let's open it. Steve, Mike, come on. It's locked.
He's gone.
All right, snap it up.
Downstairs, quickly. Mike, report this. Come on, Steve.
Followed.
Well, stop.
Okay.
We're gaining. The motor's overheating. We're trying to pull alongside. Take over the wheel.
Okay.
there and pick them off.
Killed? Yes, all of them. Dude Stark, the engine electrician, and the other one. I don't know who he was. Well, there's nothing we can do here now. I'll stand by. You call the coroner.
Right.
The coroner was able to identify him, all right. The driver was Dude Stark.
Well, that's one less of the Stark gang. Gradually cut them down.
I'd hope to get some evidence from that injured man that would lead us to Paul Stark. He's really the brains of the game. What is it, Gwen?
A reminder from Commander Mason. You promised to go with him to see the demonstration of the new torpedo speedboat.
Oh, so I did. I hate to take the time off, but I suppose I owe it to the commander.
Gee, can I go too? I like to see boats.
Sure, we'll all go. Let's make a party of it.
And take Junior, too.
They're the fastest naval craft afloat, and my government is willing to spend plenty to secure one of them. I can't understand how you're going to manage it.
Listen, Kruger. My sons and I have handled bigger jobs than this.
But during a demonstration, with all those witnesses, I can't see how...
Wait. See.
That old ship over there?
Yes, it's 4 miles out. That boat will be within firing range in less than 5 minutes.
Gee, that's far away. We can't even see what happens.
Well, that's why we brought Mr. Dakin's television eye with us. Come over to the truck. He's going to give us a demonstration.
Be ready for her when she comes back.
I didn't know they had perfected a portable television set.
This is not a true television machine. You might call it a combination television and a very powerful telescope. No sending apparatus is required. We're still in the experimental stage. Our main trouble is in the manufacture of the master tube elements. It takes 2 skilled men 1 month to spin and assemble one. By changing the adjustment, we can focus on an object at any point. Or we can broaden the field and take in a larger area on a smaller scale.
Ready to fire.
Perfect hit.
That certainly was quick work.
Yes, very good. 5 minutes and 30 seconds is the time they left the dock.
Suppose they missed the target.
Well, the 2 spare torpedoes stowed under the hatch. Only takes a few seconds to reload.
She's coming back. Let's go.
Mr. Dayton, start that machine again.
What's the matter?
The master tube blew out. Take 20 minutes to put in the spare.
If you fix it, try to follow the other boat. Come on, Steve and Mike, we've got to rescue those men. Take the wheel, Steve. I'll have a look at that other boat. The manufacturer's name has been ground off. We can bring it out.
Vapor Gas Company, 640 F Street. Manufacturing poison gas calls for federal permit. Suppose the thing to do now is look over the vapor plant.
Yes, while we're looking over things, how about the Dayton's eye machine?
That's right. Said we could use it anytime.
Come on. There's the gas plant over there. Try focusing through the office window. That's Kruger, the international spy. Can you focus on that map?
I'll try.
M Street Dock. We've seen enough. Come on, we're going over there.
Now you know where the torpedo boat is hidden. Tonight you'll deliver the gas there.
Very well, Mr. Kruger.
Yes?
We're from the FBI. Where's Kruger? What were you talking about? You wouldn't by any chance be at the M Street dock, would he?
How did you know?
We know a lot of things about you, Draper. We're taking you to headquarters to ask you a few questions about why you furnished the Stark gang with that poison gas. Tell Stanton to take charge of this man. We'll go after Kruger.
Yes. And tell your father I'm having a shipment of poison gas delivered here tonight to go with the torpedo boat.
Okay, I'll tell him.
All right, boys. Put up your hands. Turn around. Get their guns, Steve. Get that net. We better scram. The cops will be here in a minute. Get the car and take it out of here.
I guess so. Just not cold. They got away, huh?
Yeah.
It's good to see you again, Mr. Anderson. How are all the boys back in Washington?
They're all fine. Of course, they wonder a little bit if Dick Tracy isn't slipping in regards to cleaning up the Stark gang.
I guess a lot of the boys like to get the teeth into the Stark case.
Certainly would.
The theft of the torpedo boat has me worried, Mr. Anderson. We haven't been able to get any leads as to where the Starks have taken it.
All in good time, Dick. I'll wager that before evening you'll know where the torpedo boat is. In the meantime, tell me some of the facts you've run up against in tracking down this Stark gang.
Well, we've been able to reconstruct most of the details of the $500,000 armored truck robbery which cost the life of Agent Merton. I remember the day I gave Ron his first assignment.
No time like the present to go to work, Ron. The Ward Trust and Bonding Company has just requested a special agent to accompany $500,000 across town. Your first assignment. You'll find the details on this card.
Right.
I'll pick you up at that bank and we'll take Junior back to school.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Here they come, Pa.
Of that van up ahead must be deaf.
Yeah, you better turn off this alley at the next intersection.
But, sir, we're not supposed to leave our specified route.
I know it. But I have a hunch this is not on the level.
Robberies ever committed, but Ron Merton wasn't killed by gas. I was taking Junior back to his military school when I first made inquiries regarding the armored truck.
Hello, Mr. Tracy.
Hello, Malloy. The Ward bonding shipment arrived yet?
No, sir. It's about 8 minutes late. I was beginning to wonder about it.
I'll check back over its route. If it doesn't arrive in 5 minutes, send out a general alarm.
Yes, sir.
What's the matter, Mr. Tracy?
I don't know, Junior, but we're going to find out.
It's almost through. Be careful you don't get a whiff of that gas when she comes open. Get over.
Something is wrong, Junior.
The presence of that abandoned truck convinced me that something had happened to the armored car. I backtracked and inquired of various people.
The only car that's come out of this alley in the last 15 minutes, Mr. Tracy, was a Whiteman storage van.
Which way did it go?
I believe it went down that way.
Thanks.
That certainly was a nice piece of wood.
Yeah. Went off slick. But the G-man, he...
What about the G-man?
You didn't figure on gas mask.
Well, come on, what happened?
Don't worry. You won't cause us any trouble.
Kid tucked him. He had a gun on Champ and me.
Suppose you made sure he was dead.
Well, he dropped without making a sound.
Did you make sure he was dead? How do you know you haven't left a witness behind who can identify you all?
Slow down.
What are you doing?
I'm gonna make sure of that G-man.
Kid'll get him.
Drive to the city dump.
Oh, hello, kid.
I'm not the kid. Now get going.
Sure.
Yeah, just went around the corner, heading in the direction of the city dump.
Thanks.
Okay.
Slow down. That's the man I'm supposed to meet.
Run. Run. Stay with him, Junior.
That car catches us, I'll blast you. Take that next turn.
Anybody see what happened to the men inside of that cab?
It burst into flames before I got here. Maybe that man can tell you. He was the first one here.
First one I ever seen. I was no more than 20 feet away when it happened.
What about the people inside?
Poor fellas, they never had a chance. The driver still seemed to be conscious. I tried to get to him, but suddenly the cab was a mass of blazing flames.
You live in the neighborhood?
No, I live over the other side of town. I just happen to be walking this way today. You know, the old business, looking for a job.
Quite a walk.
Yeah.
Especially with the broken ankle. You'll be needing a doctor to fix that fracture. The kid was quickly tried and convicted. Paid with his life for Ron Merton's death. Later, as you know, we recovered the $500,000.
Extremely interesting account.
Mr. Tracy's office. For you, Mr. Tracy.
Tracy speaking. This is Dr. Stroback of the receiving hospital. We have a patient who is badly wounded. Won't give his name, but keeps asking for you. Says he has something very important to tell you about torpedo boat. Better hurry. He hasn't long to live.
I'll be right over. You and your vet, Mr. Anderson. We've got a lead on the torpedo boat. Come on, Steve. We've got to get to the receiving hospital. Let's go.
My government offered $50,000 for the torpedo boat. The stock gang stole it from me during a demonstration. Then the same night, my government gave me money with which to pay the stocks. They shot me and left me for dead.
Where is the torpedo boat now?
Redwood Channel. Abandoned ship. By the... Gone.
FBI headquarters, please. Hello, Tracy speaking. Send all available agents to Red Hook Channel and look for an abandoned ship grounded there. Lockwood and I will go on ahead. Deserted? Yes. We'll have a look around. You check the forward deck. I'll go aft.
Right.
There's enough explosive in one of those to sink a battleship.
You think we ought to leave them in this boat?
Well, there isn't anything else we can do. Let's get out of here.
After the explosion, we searched the waterfront.
Which revealed that Champ Stark had made his escape. Yes?
Hey, Miss Watson, to see you, Mr. Tracy.
Send her in.
Mr. Tracy?
Yes? What can I do for you, Miss...
Watson. Mary Watson. I'm cashier at the park cafeteria. I need some help.
Well, won't you sit down?
Sit here, please. Oh, thank you. It's about my brother. You see, he and I are all that's left of our family. Eddie is a good boy at heart, but lately he's got mixed up with a bad bunch, and I'm worried about him.
Well, I can sympathize with you, but I don't quite see how
I've heard so much about you, Mr. Tracy. I felt if you would just have a talk with Eddie, I'm sure he would listen to you.
Tell me, has he mentioned the names of any of the men he's been associating with?
He's spoken of Gilmore and Stark, and one or two others. I forget just who they were.
I'll be glad to help you. When can we have a talk with your brother Eddie?
If you could get away now, we'd probably find him at Kelsey's pool hall. He hangs out there most of the time.
Fine, I'll go with you.
I have your letter ready now. You may want to sign it before you leave.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much. If you'll excuse me, Miss Watson, I'll get my hat.
Your wife is on that bulletproof vest.
I'll stall to give you time to get downstairs. Keep us in sight all the time. Have Gwen round up the entire staff and stand by.
may get action today.
Sounds like a swell little frame-up to me.
Yep. Starks are really on the warpath. Good luck, Dick. All right, Miss Watson, we can go now. Hello, Junior.
Hello.
Nice work, Glenn. Dick says get the whole department together. Blake's at home. Cat's out at the laboratory. Looks as if we might have some excitement.
What's up?
You're just in time. You drive. On. Stand by the lever. Joe, don't shoot if you can help it.
Okay, boss. Yeah, shooting's too good for him.
I want Dick Tracy in here alive.
Is Eddie here? He's probably at Manny's place.
Take your place.
Gloomy old neighborhood.
Sure is. Don't know why Eddie hangs around here.
Where is this Manny's place?
Just past the corner.
You're coming with me, Tracy.
I couldn't help it, I tell you. He slammed the door right in my face.
So he slammed the door in your face, eh? Well, get it open.
The SOS.
Now you get this.
interfering with critical vehicles?
Well, welcome back to the flight deck. Hope you've been enjoying the flight. It's been pretty uneventful. Sun is setting behind us. Still out over the Atlantic. We're about, I don't know, half an hour, 20 minutes from the coast of Ireland. We're just about to come off the North Atlantic track, which is the route we took across the Atlantic Ocean here. As you can see on the map, we're still out over the water. I'll leave that up for now. But it's a nice evening here. Of course, in London, it's just after 9:30 at night, so it's evening there. So it's time to start looking at what's going on over there in London. Turn the stone light down. There we go. So what do we have happening? Well, first thing we're going to do is we're going to check the current weather. So as of about 20 minutes ago, the winds are 350 at 3 knots. No real cloud. 1 degree. And 1016 is the QNH. Although it's supposed to get cloudy, don't know if it will be by the time we are in there or not. Now, there's currently so it says between now and midnight, it's supposed to get broken cloud down to 600 feet. We'll have to see how that works out. But currently no ATC on in England right now. That could change when we get closer, and we will obviously keep an eye on that. So our plan for the arrival is we're going to overfly, because it's Southern Ireland, across the Irish Sea. We're going to cross Wales, come around through southern England, south of London, and then turn left-hand turns up and around and into the approach for 27 left is what we're gonna go with at the moment. Let's take a look at our fuel. Yeah, we've used up a lot of our fuel. You can see there's the border of the Continental Air Traffic Control starting to come in. And Dogal is when we're leaving the track here.
In a few moments, we'll be starting our in-flight meal service. Please look in your seat back for our menu, and one of our crew members will stop by shortly for your order. If you would like to order additional menu items, please hit the flight attendant call button at any time, and we'll be over shortly to assist.
And then this is our first actual waypoint outside of the North Atlantic track. And there you have it. They're starting dinner service in the back. Just trying to figure out what time it would be. We left at what? It was 7 o'clock in the morning when we fired up engine, or when we started loading. So yeah, it's late afternoon. I guess it's coming up for, well, I guess it would feel like 3 o'clock, but we don't have long to go, so they're doing this early. So we're gonna keep on cruising along here. We do have a while to go before we're gonna be starting any type of descent. It's a bit of cloud around, as you can see. And it's good, so we'll just sit here for a little bit longer as we come in, as you can see here. You can see our route in as we come in. And everything's just humming along. Again, a very quiet aircraft. I'd be impressed if this is what it's actually like on board. Be very impressed indeed. I don't think we can change anything over here. No. Our ground speed. We got a little bit of a crosswind coming in out of the left. 27 knots, but not bad. All right. So I'll be back, and I'll pick up again with you when we're probably over Ireland. See you then. Alright, so we're good and off the Atlantic corridor that we crossed over. This turn now is going to put us on a heading for... It's basically going to take us down across Southern Ireland and out over the Irish Sea. And when we get down there, that's probably about where we're going to start our descent. In that area anyway. Once we get over Wales. So our expected arrival is in 2 hours, but I think we're ahead of schedule. As you can see on the overhead display, it says 23:12. It's currently 22:04, so that says just over an hour. I think we've cut a couple corners. We've had a bit of a tailwind in the jet stream, which has helped push us across. So we're probably going to be a little bit ahead of schedule arriving, which is always a good thing. Well, right now we're up against a little bit of a headwind. You can see on the VFR map there on the bottom left, we're starting to get the coast of Ireland coming in. And it's all good. This is the default 787-10 that comes with the flight sim, Microsoft Flight Simulator, but no mods. There was a group that started working on it, same as like the Airbus, but for some reason a lot of the stuff is locked, and the Asobo guys who developed the flight sim won't unlock it, so they got kind of stuck, so they abandoned it because there's not much they could do. There is a third party out there called Quality Wings who built for, was it FSX? I know it was prepared and maybe X-Plane, a really good 787, all three varieties, the 800, 900, and the 1000. And everyone's hoping they'll be able to port that or bring that over into Microsoft Flight Simulator at some point, but they have said that the sim isn't developed far enough along to support all the systems that they model, because their aircraft is very realistic, and they can't do it at the moment. So it would be nice. This is a fun airplane. It's a big beast. You can go long distances in. As today, we had a 9.5 hour flight planned. EIDW, that's Dublin Airport. So there's somebody's pushing back. Still no radar up, so a lot of people are on Unicom. Just see how busy London is right now. So London Heathrow. We have 8 aircraft going out. There's a British Airways flight boarding for Dublin. There's another British Airways flight boarding for Dublin. Funny enough, there's a third flight boarding for Dublin, not British Airways, FD, not sure who, or FDB, not sure who that is. And then we've got coming up a couple flights going over to Europe, one going to Singapore, that's a Singapore Airlines flight, British Airways flight going to San Francisco, then another one going to JFK. And then inbound, we have a couple that have landed. That came down from Edinburgh. And there's coming in from Sydney, Australia. There's there's another one coming in from Edinburgh, or three more from Edinburgh. Then there's us coming in from Denver, and then another one coming up from Portugal. So there's a few aircraft coming in. Currently on Iveo, which is the European-based flight sim or ATC group. There is 858 pilots and 120 controllers, and none in the UK, which is odd. I purposely picked or went with this rather than VATSIM just because I was hoping that there'd be controllers on when we got there, you know, in the evening. You'd expect people to be online, but there isn't right now, so we'll have to do without. We'll see if they pop up when we're closer. They could, you never know. A couple airplanes. Dublin seems to be busy. I don't know who the AVI TAP is. TAP Portugal. So they're getting ready to go there as well. So it looks like we're shaving about an hour. We were almost 45 minutes from when the stream started to when we took off. And it was scheduled, we're 8 hours and 15 minutes into it now. It was scheduled to be 9 hours and 15, so I think, yeah, we're made up a little bit of time, which is good. The flight crew has been busy. They've done 3 meals today, plus a couple drink services. What do you say we go into the back and we'll see how they're doing back there. There's the business class at the front of the plane. Rather full flight. There's only 2 seats empty. And we have our premium economy. A little bit more leg room in a 232 configuration. This is our, what do they call it? The reverse herringbone up front. And then here's the economy seats. There's 2 different groups, smaller one here and then a bigger one at the back. Again, just a few empty seats, so it's been it's a full flight and everything's good. I'm at 100% satisfaction rating with them right now, so they're just sitting back enjoying cleaning up after their last meal and or not last meal, but their final meal service of the flight. is very good. In those Unicom pop-ups now. Aircraft are moving, getting ready to take off. Jet 310. I wonder if that's the Jet 2, the low-cost carrier. So we did have a moon, not a full moon. There it is. What's that, about 3/4? And I could never remember if that's waxing or waning. I'm just gonna look that up. Phases of the moon. Which way are we going here? That is looking let's see. Waning gibbonous. So we recently had a full moon, and we are heading towards a new moon. So if you broke it up with a full moon being at the top and the new moon being the bottom of a clock, the third quarter. Yeah, so we're about the 1/8 of the way, or 1/4 of the way out towards the new moon. Very good. I wonder if the new moon would have been just before New Year's then, or Christmas new moon, because the phases vary roughly weekly. So yeah, I guess the new moon was about a week ago, so it would have been around Christmas or maybe just after. I can see the pair of aircraft heading down to London from Edinburgh. So the guy that just left Dublin is heading down to the Canaries. Not a lot of air traffic anywhere in Europe. A lot of towers and stuff, but not a few approaches. Not a lot of centers except for Munich and northern Germany. Bit of a shame, but we'll get through it. Anyway, we're about to make landfall over Ireland. You can see it down there. The coast is starting to come up. Let's look at that. Almost full moon brightness, so it's not bad. And you can see how few clouds there are. Another on my long list of places to visit once travel is okay in the world again, over to Ireland. So if you're in chat, feel free to say hi. We have a little bit of time left before we start our descent. About 200 miles to go, or 186 miles to go, and then we can start thinking about heading downwards. So it'll be interesting to know for anyone that's watching in the future, or even right now, who's done long distance flights in the sim, and have you had any problems or any crashes? I mean crashes with the game. It is not bad. It's been stable. I haven't had any issues. I have had one crash to desktop. I think it was 2 updates ago. I've heard about people having that issue. Haven't had it myself. Done a few 5 or 6 hour flights. This is the first one that's up in this 9-hour range. And fingers crossed. So far, so good. I wonder if it's light enough to see the airplane from outside. We'll go around the other side. so the moon can illuminate it. There we go. You can sort of see it. Again, part of the hazards of flying live time is you end up in the dark, but it is what it is. And one thing I don't like about this camera, although it's the outside camera, it gives you the sounds and everything, is it's looking a specific way, but it's not locked into this position on the aircraft. It's locked into this position in space. So once the plane starts turning, you get these weird camera angles and stuff, as you saw when we popped outside. It's not like it'll sit here and stay at this position around. It's actually like an independent camera sitting out there. And if you want to go to that type of locked position shot, if we go back inside and we go to, say, this one, there's no sound. You get the inside sound, but that's it. So it's kind of a mixed bag. Something I am looking forward to, and apparently there's a third party group working on it, and I've seen some test footage. It's still a long way to go on it, but I also hear that the Solo is working on it. Is they're going to put a replay camera, or replay system in, so that you'll be able to, so you fly the landing or the takeoff, you'll be able to go back in and look at it and see it from any camera angle from outside. So that'll be pretty cool. Should be able to get some cool shots and stuff for that. Well, we made landfall over Ireland. They're having a wonderful evening down there. It's just about freezing, but there's no snow on the ground. So that patch of light under the engine there is, I believe, the town of Limerick. And we came ashore just south of Galway, where I think that's where Shannon Control is, and they're the guys that do all the air traffic control across the Atlantic, so not too bad. Got to fly right over top of them. So once we get across Ireland and then across the Irish Sea, that'll put us in on the south end of Wales. And as I mentioned, that's where we're going to start our descent. And as we have some time, since I can't enter any approach information into this airplane, if we go over to this screen, and I bring it up, there we go. This is the star for the approach we're doing. So this we're coming in from here, and that makes it the Bedeck 1H. If we were coming in through from the north in this way, it would be the Tobin 1X. And this is a RNAV approach, or arrival. So we're coming in this way. And when we get to Bedeck here, as you can see, we have to be at 14,000 feet. So that's going to be our first targeted descent altitude of 14,000 feet. And from where we are, that's 21,000 foot descent we got to do. And we fly down here, basically down to this next point, fly along. We then have to be slowed down to 250 by here. And then we come into the OCK VOR, and we have to be at 7,000 feet, 220 knots tops, max speed. And then from there, we will switch. We would get vectored in by control. We'll do it ourselves as there's nobody online right now. And basically, we're going to come out and up and around, and that's going to bring us in to the approach. So we're going to come around, and then we'll be coming up this way, and we'll try to come in here at an angle of about 30 degrees. So that would be 240, and we want, or 240, it's the other way, 300 degrees. And about 5 miles out, we'll arm the approach mode, and that will bring us in. So if we come down here, at 7.5 miles out, which is this point here, so we're going to try to pick it up here, but this point here is where, at 2,500 feet, is where we should intercept the glide slope. We're going to try to do it early so we're all established nice and level before we pick it up, and then we go down the glide slope to the runway. I'll set the Cat 1 decision height at 200 feet because there's kind of no clouds and no reason to be aiming for anything lower. And our missed approach procedure is in here as well. But that's it. This has all the other information. You can see it tells you what to do on a missed approach if you have to go around. Gives you the frequencies and the identifiers and all that type of good stuff. But that's where we're headed and what we're using to get ourselves down today. So as you can see, we're still just working our way across Ireland. This is it's Dublin Airport, right there. And down here you can see the tip of Wales coming in on the south west corner of Wales. So when we hit Bacour here, out over the center of the Irish Sea, that's when we're going to start our descent. Got the hilly east coast of Ireland coming up. If you've looked at any of my Tour of Ireland series that's in process or progress right now, you can see how nice it is to fly around here. Very green and very scenic. Yeah, winds are coming around a little bit more to the north, but they're still only 4 knots. Saying it's getting cloudy. Saying it's broken at 1,000 feet right now. So it looks like whatever clouds are expected have come in. And it's supposed to be raining later. Probably overnight and into the morning. It's supposed to start raining. Alright. The forecast is rather dated. It's almost 6 hours old. But the latest update, which is 14 minutes ago, is showing winds out of the north at 4 knots and broken clouds at 1,000 feet. Very interesting. The pressure is 3000. So under the belly of the aircraft, you can see the lights of the little town there. That's Waterford. Rather famous Irish town. A lot for Waterford crystal and stuff that they make there, that a lot of decanters and glassware was made out of. And very popular right up until, I guess, the 80s, 70s, 80s, where it kind of fell out of fashion with the younger people, but pretty famous for what they have there. I can see the east coast of Ireland coming up now. And the clouds out over the water there. And then we'll be over the rocky, hilly hills and valleys of Wales. So I'll keep the VFR map up until we're down to about 10,000 feet. This gives anyone watching a good view of, or idea of where we are. At least with that moon up, we've got a bit of a view. Did a flight a little while ago that was on a new moon, and or there was no moon up, I can't remember, and holy cow, was it dark. So what was your longest flight you've ever been on. Mine was 12 and a half hours. It was Toronto to Tokyo. Very cool flight. My first trip in a 777, and that was 13 and a half years ago. Now I'm starting to get Unicom for London now. Toronto to Manchester, that's about 7 hours. Or was it 6 hours going over, 7 hours coming back? Something like that. And there's the Irish coast. Time to get back to the cockpit. Nope, the other cockpit. There we go. Inside the cockpit. So if we come down here and look at our legs page, these are going to take us in towards the beginning of the star. That's that one point that was on the chart before we start the descent. And Bedeck there is the first point in, and there's those other points that take us to that VOR. And then the route kind of stops there. So we're gonna go to our arrival. Make sure this is all entered in. So we're on the Beta 1H, as I said, and we're going for the ILS runway 27 left. And we'll go through through big. It's AWK actually. Are you gonna give me that option? All right, we'll go big. We can adjust it on our own when we get closer. So that's now all set in. Our radios are set in. So there's our ILS, runway 27 left, 1095. I can go back to that chart I was showing you earlier. 1095 is the correct. And it's going to be ILL will be the identifier when we're on the correct side. Now these do work. These airports, they go both ways. So you will pick it up on the other side, but with a different identifier for the opposing runway. That's fine, that's all set. We're all good there. See, our fuel is still coming in. We got plenty of fuel on board. I don't think they've got the burn rate set correctly. I mean, we started with we should have been at 57.8 tons of fuel, and this is saying we still have 52, so I don't know. Yeah, Toronto to the west coast is about 5 hours. Vancouver's 5. I think LA's 5.5. All right, so we're here at Bacour. So we're gonna get ourselves set up for that descent. So we're gonna want 14,000. Now, will you let me change you to? You will. So I'm going to set you to 280. So we're going to hold 280 and we're going to go to a flight level change. So she's going to descend at an angle that will maintain 280. So that means our speed won't keep accelerating as we get lower down as happens in the Airbus. And now I'm going to go into the ATC software and send out a message saying that we're on our way down. So, descending from flight level 370 to flight level 140 to join the Beta 1H arrival EGLL. And that's traffic at Manchester coming up. So I just sent our message out. See, she's holding the speed. We're going to be down early, but better early than late. So we're going to be coming ashore in Ireland at a little town called Fishguard. And then we'll be making our turn and heading towards London. Bringing the ATC up again. Two aircraft have just left London heading for Dublin, and we are inbound. Hello, Nicole. Hope you're doing well this evening. Nicole is the person who requested the flight, yesterday's flight, our escape to Disney World flight from Toronto to Orlando.
At our destination, flight attendants will begin handing out forms momentarily. Please review and complete these forms and take them with you for presentation upon arrival.
That's funny because last time I flew into Manchester, they didn't hand out forms. We had to get them on the ground. Which was rather annoying because the main part where the forms would have been when you walk into the arrivals terminal was empty. There was no forms. They had some, but they were kind of tucked away, so ended up getting all the way up to the front going, hey, guy, there's no forms back there. And he goes, oh, you have to go back around the corner. And it was a right pain. Good thing I wasn't busy when I arrived. Oh, good to hear you're doing fine, Nikki. Good to hear you're doing fine. So I'm going to come out of that mode, and I'm going to go into vertical speed, and we're going to drop it back to 1,500 feet per minute. But we're going to keep that 280. Or try to. And around there anyway. We'll just slow our descent. We don't need to be going down that quickly. In fact, I'll probably take it a little bit more, up to 1,000. Slowly ease our way down. And this little conglomeration of stuff is where Heathrow is. So we've got an Airbus A319, Airbus A320, and a Boeing 737-800 all just left London heading to Dublin. And approaching the English coast is a Lufthansa 767-300 flying from Munich to Atlanta. EGLC, I don't know. Oh, London City. Oh, got another aircraft flying up to Edinburgh. Just came out of London City, climbing out. An Embraer 170. Edinburgh's getting some love tonight. So something I should mention, if anyone wants to request a flight, if they've got places they want to fly between or an airline they want to see, do let me know. I don't have any issues doing that. Kind of do it as a request flight. Might take a week or so to get to it, as I plan my flights out a week in advance, but I am more than willing to do it. And all it will cost you is a like and subscribe. And I will be your dancing monkey. There's a 777 climbing out of Manchester. Oh, there you are. Where are you headed? Iberia, you're headed down towards, looks like the Canaries. And in general, you should like and subscribe anyway. It doesn't cost anything, helps the channel, and boosts my ego, which is always a good thing. I will be right back. We're down to 17,000 feet. Oh, okay, we're starting to hit some cloud. So maybe it is overcast over at London. That could be rain. Interesting. Oh, they did say it could be happening, so it doesn't appear too thick, but it is there. We're on our way into London, England. So we are flying to... We left Denver, Denver, Colorado. When did we leave? Let's see what the clock says here. So we left Denver about 8.5 hours ago. And we're now inbound, descending down for London, which you can see we're going to come up along this way, fly around, and then we'll make the turn, come back in, and land at London. So expected arrival is 1 hour 7 minutes, but I think we're ahead of time. I think we'll be a good 20 minutes or so early. Why are you saying oops? What did you do? For anyone who's watching and wondering what I'm doing, that's my young niece there. Alright, so I'm going to zoom in one click on the range, which should bring us to 80 miles. Yeah, 80 miles. See, I'm running my screen here at 1080p instead of 4K so that I've got enough operating power to power the streaming and all that stuff, and the ultra settings on clouds. But it means it's a little more difficult to read the dials unless I'm zoomed in. 4K, it's amazing. I can read it from way back. So we're almost at 14,000. Should start leveling off in a minute. More aircraft going here and there and everywhere. We're starting to level out. I'm not exactly sure what this clock is showing because that's not my local time. That is not the local time from where we left, or is it? No, it's just clicking around. There's the elapsed time. I don't know what that is. Just gonna ignore it. Alright, we got a little bit of wing wobble there, but I think I left the seatbelt light, or the seatbelt signs on. Yeah. So that's fine. So you can't see it, but off this way is Cardiff, which is the capital of Wales. Huh. You don't know. Okay. So looking for other traffic in the area. There's nobody else around London right now, except for that 767, which is way above us, and it's crossing over England. Yeah, looks like we got the area to ourselves. Definitely looks like we got some weather ahead of us. So we are approaching the Severn estuary, Severn River. That separates the southwest of England from Wales. Home of the what do they call them? The southwest counties. I know it's Somerset, Dorset, and Cornwall, but I'm trying to remember. They've got a name for them. But I've been in that area, down in Bristol and Bath, and Bath is a really interesting place to visit. Very hilly, and it has the famed Roman bathhouse from the Roman occupation in the early part of the last millennia, so about 1800 years ago or so. So it's pretty cool to see. Especially if you're a bit of a history buff. All right, back to so there's an A321 due in 2 hours. There's the 777 coming in from Sydney that's due in 9 hours. So he's just a couple hours into his flight. There's us, currently due in shortly. And then after us, coming up from Portugal, is another 787, a 900. And just getting ready to leave out of Dublin is a Airbus A319 British Airways, and then coming out of, I don't know where that one is. There's another A320 boarding. LKPR. Let's see what airport that is. Prague. Alright, so he's coming out of Prague. Let's see who we got going outbound. So in about an hour and a half, there's a flight to San Francisco. And then in 15 minutes, ENGM, and another one over to, another 1, 2, 3, heading over to Dublin. And after that, an Airbus going over to, I think that's Rome. So, there's still a few aircraft around. And no controllers. So again, we're at flight level 140 to Badek, which is coming up. I'll get all that weather off to our this way. Some cloud. I think that's London, the lights of London starting to show over there. There's somebody going into Manchester. And if you haven't seen it, there's a couple, or there's two different groups. There's, well, three different groups. One guy is working on the small airports of Toronto and the Toronto scenery. He's done Brampton Airport, the Buttonville Airport, and added the scenery around Toronto, Mississauga, Toronto, Oakville, I think. I am going to do a kind of a showcase video showing that area sometime in the next little while. But over here, because the virtual airline I fly out of kind of hubs out of, well, a few different airports. The big airplanes, the 747 and the 787, fly out of London, Heathrow. Most of my A320 flights come out of 4 airports here. There's Edinburgh, Manchester, London Gatwick, and a few out of London Heathrow. One guy is doing a freeware upgrade mod to London Gatwick, and it looks amazing. You've seen it on a few of my videos already, and he's improving updates every week, and it's just getting better and better. And then the other guy, it's payware, but it's fairly cheap, and he's doing Manchester, and it's slowly coming along and getting better and better as well. So very cool flying in and out of those airports. I do have an extra lighting package set up for Heathrow, so it should make the lights more realistic. And for Edinburgh, I've got the scenery for around Edinburgh itself, so it'll look more realistic and you can recognize buildings and stuff like that as you fly in. So makes it more interesting to go. And what I do is whenever I'm flying somewhere, I will go and see if somebody's done a freeware airport for it, and then I'll install it and take a look and see how it looks. I've done it with a couple airports. I'm doing a flight out of Warsaw, Poland shortly. I think it's next week. And I checked and the guy's done a really good job, so I'm going to use that airport for when we depart. So it's good, it looks nice, and I'm going to start putting links to their pages and stuff where you can get their airports if you like them. So it's pretty cool. It's definitely adding to the sim. So we're coming up to Okesi, And O'Kessie is a remote VOR holding point for London, but it's the first point on my chart. So I'm now appearing on my moving map nav chart, so I can see where I am. And we're heading to Bedeck. And then it's down to 7,000 feet from there. Just zoom in a little bit here. So we're going to come in like this, over here to Ock, and then we're going to swing around towards Big, and then we'll probably just angle straight in to pick up the thing. It does a weird, it adds this user waypoint, and you end up with this weird tail in there, which I don't like. Let's go to that level. Yeah, see? It adds these weird points. Now I know when I came in 2 weeks ago, the controller had us did have us fly this way, then turn out, and then go in like that. But with nobody really here, we're just gonna shoot straight up and then pick up the ILS. Which will work better for us. Looks like the clouds are breaking up a little bit ahead of us. It's thinning out anyway. So this is not supposed to be cloud. This is supposed to be precipitation. So I don't know if that's what that is or if it's just painting all the cloud. So on the top bar, you can see ETA 2320. That is not the time we're doing at the airport. That is the time that it's estimated we will be at 5,000 feet, which means we're on the approach at about 10 minutes out or so. So that's what that time is. You can see we're almost at the end of the progress bar. We have the actual estimated arrival time is 52 minutes, but we're ahead of schedule. So everything is doing fine at the moment. So let me just send another little message off. So we're on the star now. Going to do our descent down to 7,000. And we're going to do this as a vertical speed. Maintain that. We'll actually come back to, well, About 250 for now. We'll slowly edge her down as we get closer to the ground. So, put on traffic, though I'm not seeing any. So, anti-ice as required. Nav radios are set. Course heading set. Fuel quantity was checked. Auto brakes setting will be auto brake 2. Fuel's fine. Approach briefing. We've already discussed our approach into London. So landing lights will come on. Strobes are on. Yeah. I'll throw the taxi light on. So that's all our lights and stuff are good. Put it on our little indicator there. Our speed's coming down, our altitude's coming down. We're starting to make our little turns. So I'm going to get rid of that now. And we're going to monitor through our display here. So we need to descend a lot faster. Bring our speed down to 240. See, we're already picking up the ILS, but it's going to be the opposing side until we get south of the airport, and then I'll switch over.
We have begun our final descent into London Heathrow. Flight attendants will be passing through the cabin to collect any trash one final time. Please ensure tray tables are stowed and seats are in the full upright position. Please also store any carry-on items either in the seat back pocket or under the seat in front of you. Please complete all Wi-Fi related tasks and stow any larger electronics.
Please do, it would be very helpful to us. So I got one aircraft has left London City and is heading up to Edinburgh, so they're not going to be an issue. Coming up to 7,000 feet, we can go to our barometer and we'll set our pressure. There's some light cloud around, but shouldn't be a lot of rain yet. Not out of thin stuff like this. Won't need the terrain radar. We're pretty flat down here, so I'm not worried about that. 7,000 feet coming up, and speed is coming back. Once we pass Auk, we will descend to 3,000. And then when we're on our final run into the intercept, we'll drop down to 2,500. So hopefully we'll make that turn and follow the big loop around. That would be very nice. And coming back to 230 knots, which is what we have to be by the time we get to Hawk. That's us leveling out. There's the ILS. It's the opposite side, but right frequency. 12 miles away from the airport. All right. Cabin crew seats for landing. Alright, so we should be able to see Heathrow from here. It's probably up over here, or just behind the pillar. Only about 10 miles away from it at the moment. Might be under the cloud. Speed's down. We're at 7,000 feet. And we should begin a teardrop turn. And as we do that, we'll drop down to, there we go. We'll drop down to 4,000. Go flaps 1. That's a rather high rate of descent, which I don't want. This is where the aircraft kind of gets a little out of control at times, so we'll keep an eye on her. So we're getting down to 4,000. I'll roll the speed back to 210. I'll go flaps 5. we're in the cloud. A little bit choppy. Especially when I'm trying to do big swings like that. So we'll bring the altitude down to 3,000. Out of the clouds again. We could be going in and out a little bit here. Let's take her down to 1,000. There we go, back into the clouds. Now we just got to drop 500 feet when we make that, as we make that turn. And if we look at the information on the ILL, we're on the right side, and that's the one we want. And we are 19 miles away. We're slowly leveling at 3,000. Not worried about all these user points. So we want 160 is our reference speed. We'll go flaps 25, so we'll go 150. Back into the cloud again, and there's our turn. So we'll now drop down to 2,500. And it'll be a slow, gentle turnaround here. While we're doing this, I will type up my message for the SIM, or ATC. But it's ready to go at a click of a button. So we're at the correct intercept height. We're slowly coming around. And as I said, as we approach big, we're gonna, when we hit that 300 degrees, we're just gonna take that heading and head up. So I'm gonna turn this to 300. Let's go this way. Come on, one more. One more. There we go. Well, we're definitely in the cloud now. Alright, I don't know why you're doing that. We're gonna go into heading mode. Clicked on something there when I was trying to adjust the heading, but that's fine. Let's go one more. That's better. I'm going to go with 10-degree flap. Let the aircraft settle in. You can see out of the bottom of the clouds there. Should be all right. It's kind of behind us here. We're heading towards that opener area with fewer, thinner clouds. So we'll reduce speed to 190. Flaps 15. So if we look at this line here, that's the line of the runway, extended center line. So you can kind of see where we're going to intercept. So when we're about 5 miles out, so when that's about halfway down to about here, we're going to activate our approach. One more. To 180, and we'll just hold at 180. That's our flaps at 15. Flaps to 17. So you can see we're a bit nose up. We are fairly slow. That's what we want. All right, so approach mode. Is engaged. So So you can see it's already finding the localizer. So we're turning on to course, and the glide slope's in white. So it is looking for the glide slope, which is above us. So it's going to hold this altitude until we meet the glide slope. And when we get movement on the diamond and it becomes one notch above, we'll go gear and get our speed down to 150. All right. So we're now on the ILS. We'll send our message out. Traffic in the area is aware of what's going on. So we're going to be exiting to the right, and United parks at Terminal 2 Alpha. So that's where we're going to be headed once we're on the ground. So we're nicely lined up. See the airport starting to come in. We got movement. Speed coming back. Flaps 20 or 18. Flaps 20. It's 3 notches. And gear down. Got some icing. Good thing this has got auto icing system on it. Glide slope is captured. Speed back to 150, flaps to 25. Alright, we're on the glide slope. We are on the localizer. You can kind of see ahead. It is very cloudy out there. Runway's coming into sight. See it right there. All right, let's get ourselves squared up. Quickly, because she's getting a little chunky. I'm not sure it's all the cloud and the fact that we've been going for quite a while. I'm going to turn those down to high just to kind of ease the stress on the GPU a little bit. I'm sure the memories are getting full and all that good stuff. So it's looking good, still no traffic around. So gear down. Auto brakes are set, speed brakes are armed. We're on course. .500 feet, we'll disconnect the auto throttle. Auto throttle disconnected. Reversers on. 60 knots, reversers off. And 40 knots, auto brakes are off.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to London Heathrow. The local time is 11:40 p.m. and it's currently about 1 degree Celsius. You can now use your mobile devices. Please remain seated until the aircraft has come to a complete stop and the seatbelt sign is turned off. Remember to use caution when opening the overhead bins as items may have shifted during the flight. If this is your final destination, we thank you for flying with us and we hope to see you again soon.
Alright, so we are clear. So parking brake goes on. Let me quickly send a message that we are clear. Taxi via Alpha Lima 31. Alright, so we don't got to worry about them anymore. So speed brakes are retracted, flapped up. Taxi light is on, landing lights will come off, strobe light will come off, anti-ice off, flight directors go off, engine instruments are checked, APU generators will come off, we'll start the APU, although it looks like I never did turn it off. Oops. And we're going to taxi down this way to the terminal, which is just down over there. So, parking brake off. We're actually going to taxi on Bravo. Be an easier turn to make from a standing position. Yeah, the landing wasn't bad. I gotta get the... She kind of wants to wander when you're on the ground, so I gotta get better control of that. And I think I'm not planting the nose as soon as we touch down, which probably gonna want to do as well. But other than that, she settled down. She didn't float off again, which is good. Let's get back over here to the taxiway. There we go. Wish I had my throttle quadrant for this type of thing. Then I could use differential thrust to assist. So this is Pier 6 out of Terminal 1 we're going past right there, back there. And this is Terminal 2A. We're going to go up the other side, and that's where the bigger aircraft park. So we about 20 minutes ahead of schedule. Overall, not bad. The next long distance flight will be interesting. We're heading south, London to South Africa, down into Johannesburg. Alright, we're turning in the alley here. Should be space in here. Construction going on. Yeah, looks like the middle one's free. That's 218. Gotta take that. The middle one, because we are a big airplane. That flight is the same thing. It'll be leaving at 9 o'clock in the morning Eastern Standard Time, or 1400 hours Zulu, if you want to do the universal coordinated time thing. Come on, get her around. Very satisfied radio on this flight, 99% satisfaction. Love it when they're happy. They're well fed, they are on time, and a little bit icy. Temperature is about 1 degree, so it's not too bad. Let's try to get her up on the line here. A little bit more. And there we go. The little parking brake goes on. Get them to start moving the jet bridge over. So parking brake is on. Engine generators. Are off. Ground power is on. APU can be shut off. Fuel control levers are off on both engines. Oh, they were doing that again. Stop it. Taxi light comes off. They're all off. Throw the dome light on as we work in the cockpit. Beacons off. We'll leave the nav lights on. Fuel pumps come off. And people can get up and do their thing. There's an interesting angle. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. It was a long flight, almost 9 hours. But we made it from Denver all the way to London Heathrow. We will see you next time. Which in this case, it will be tomorrow. And I believe tomorrow's flight is down to Florence, Italy. So if you can join us, that flight will be at 1800 Zulu or 1300 Eastern Standard Time. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. We'll see you next time. Bye for now.